it was a very stimulating opening session. We have heard from our top experts in this field. Our last speaker, Professor Moon, really laid out the difficult strategic choices that lie ahead for Korea, and in part from the perspective of public diplomacy, it really lays out and maps out territories and roles that public diplomacy is also set to play in the world ahead. And now for our first session, we have a very special moderator joining us virtually from Japan, Professor Nancy Snow of Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. She has written various books on public diplomacy as well as propaganda. She has visited us a number of times. Professor Snow will be leading the session, Public Diplomacy in the COVID-19 World. It's great to see you this morning, Nancy. Are you there? There you go. Good morning. Good morning. You now have the screen and the mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Ohayo gozaimasu from Tokyo. I was delighted to hear Pax mentioned because I hold the title of Pax Mundi, World Peace Professor of Public Diplomacy at Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. And to be in this region is very exciting. I really want to credit Korea, not only given the year that we're having, but its leadership, of course, with the management of the pandemic. In fact, I wanted to share a poll quote before we go into the presentations, and it's the following. From Nikkei Asia just 2 days ago with the headline, COVID pushes Asia to embrace big government. The big story conclusion from the magazine was this, quote, as the world tries to reimagine the state in the aftermath of COVID-19, it makes sense to look toward governments like South Korea and Taiwan, which have mixed high state capacity with plenty of technological innovation. So as much as we have these challenges on the table, we also have much promise, especially if we can emphasize more collaboration. And with that, I want to move quickly to our two presenters, followed by two discussants. Dr. Zaharna is in Washington, D.C. I'm delighted to see her from American University. And also in Korea, we have Dr. Ihan, who is going to join us immediately following. They'll each have about 20 minutes to present, and then we will have the two discussants, Dr. Lee and Anna K. DuPont from the US Embassy in Seoul, followed by what I hope will be about 20 minutes, if we can, for Q&A. So that's how I see this playing out. And without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Zaharna. And I'm going to now, there you go.
Yeah, let me unmute and let me set up here, okay?
Okay.
All right. Share. Okay. 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 Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Snow. 1 second. Let me see if I've got the video going. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. First, let me congratulate KAPD and wish it every success. And I thank you so much for the kind invitation to participate in this exciting conference. I was really inspired by KAPD's visionary title, An Age of Great Transformation. And if the world is being transformed by this virus, we can ask, what about public diplomacy? And to explore that question, I really want to divide my talk into 4 parts. The first is a brief look at public diplomacy, and I just want to highlight a few points. Then to look at the insights from the virus, what it's revealing about our world and more importantly about ourselves. Then to look at public diplomacy, how public diplomacy aligns with some of those insights. And then finally to return back to that question of great transformation. What are some of the lessons we can look at for how to transform public diplomacy? So let me start with where we were not too long ago. And this was Dr. Snow, our esteemed moderator, compiled the first handbook on public diplomacy with Phil Taylor. And in the opening essay, she laid out some of the dominant ideas that would shape public diplomacy post 9/11. First, she put public diplomacy as inevitably linked to power. Then public diplomacy was new at the time, and scholars were distinguishing it from traditional diplomacy. Whereas traditional diplomacy was government to government, public diplomacy would be government to the publics. She also put the trend of non-state actors, which at that time was very controversial. Because how could diplomacy be diplomacy if the actors were not tied to the government? She also highlighted some of the functions of public diplomacy to inform, influence, and engage publics. If we look, and we should congratulate a new version that has just come out, a new edition that's just come out, and she highlights the emergence of relationships and highlights a young Korean scholar in putting this in the relations. And then she is with the visionary view of public diplomacy. She asks, we need to find a larger meaning in what we do as public diplomacy scholars and practitioners. What is our mission? What is our collective goals greater than our individual selves? And how can we put the chaos of the modern world into a global context? And I want to come back to that later. But when she's looking at the traditional public diplomacy and aligning it with traditional diplomacy, and we see a parallel focus on the state and a highlighting of communication. And we see that in traditional diplomacy, there was reporting, representation, and negotiation. Call, in looking at public diplomacy, highlighted again a tie to the state and communication functions, listening, advocacy, international broadcasting, cultural diplomacy, and exchange diplomacy. Cole also noted the importance of advocacy, and public diplomacy was a tool for promoting the needs, interests, and goals of the state in the public arena. Dr. Snow highlighted also the tying of public diplomacy to soft power. And many credit Nye's concept of soft power as fueling interests, global interests in public diplomacy. Nye singled out culture, values, and ideology as the nation's three soft power resources. This combination of these three spotlighted the phenomena of nation branding. Simon Holt, who was a vocal advocate of nation branding, fueled this competition with his global ranking. These were just some of the points I want to touch on about public diplomacy. Let us turn to insights from the virus. And I have on my screen a screenshot of the microbe, and my apologies, it's hard to see. The microbe's about 1/1000th of a size of a human hair. We can't see it, but it sure can find us. And if we understand public diplomacy as influencing the attitudes and behaviors of global publics, this tiny microbe has some powerful insights for us. So let's look at some of those insights. One is, over the last century, historians have noted one of the most prevalent trends is the growing global connectivity. We realize the extent of the global, of this connectivity economic connectivity with the 2008 financial crisis. We embraced the digital connectivity with our technology that linked us to each other and now increasingly an Internet of Things. We know about the interconnectedness of the environment with monster hurricanes and droughts and fires that forced us from our homes. We're realizing the extent of political connectivity when turmoil in one country sends refugees to borders of another. A byproduct of all of this connectivity is the growing growth of wicked complex problems. We're used to tame problems. Example, our tame problems have clear solutions. Countries use public diplomacy to solve tame problems. This was Japan would build Friendship Bridge, and this is in Bangladesh in 1991 that helped the villagers in Bangladesh. Today, Bangladesh is facing a far more complex, what we call wicked problems of rising sea levels. And these wicked problems are so complex, they cannot be solved with the country's diplomacy or development aid. We look at the Ebola 2014 outbreak. It was a harbinger of the dynamic of connectivity that's propelling wicked problems. I was reading a piece by one of our discussants, Professor Anselmo Lee, about how the COVID pandemic is really much more than a narrow health crisis. It was tied to several environmental factors, and it represented, quote, a wake-up call for an imminent climate crisis. So while we may have been growing more aware of our connectivity politically, economically, environmentally, what we may have overlooked and what the virus has literally brought home is the extent of our human connectivity. One report by Refugee International says the scale and speed of the pandemic underscores how deeply interconnected the world's population is. So we're not just connected, some are saying we're hyper-connected in terms of global social density. So, but at the same time that we're seeing this connectivity intensifying, we're also seeing a parallel trend of growing division. More border walls were built after 9/11 than in any time in human history. We're also seeing mental walls, political fragmentation, and hostility. Yet again, another insight from the virus is how it appears to have little regard for our walls, and it's taking advantage of our efforts to divide. So we have these insights about our world. I'm trying to get over here to get the move forward. The pandemic is also giving us some insights about us. We're social beings. One of the first and spontaneous behaviors under quarantine was to reach out and try to comfort each other. Here we see the residents of Wuhan chanting and giving encouragement. It's adding oil to
자요! 자요!
It's powerful. It's powerful. And another spontaneous behavior was to comfort and camaraderie, lifting spirits. Here we have music in Italy, in Spain, flutes in Brazil. We have delivering a rose via drone in Lebanon. We saw how people in Asia, Europe, North America, they gathered in the evenings. It's to thank the workers, but it provided an emotional relief and a sense of community. We saw how people, spontaneous behavior of people finding each other online to sing, dance, and play together. The virus revealed also that we're emotional beings. This photo was taken in mid-January. It shows the fear and uncertainty of a potential new SARS. It was not known at the time. We saw the spontaneous sharing of emotional content, many going viral, like this touching photo of a father and son. With the rise of death toll, emotions of fear, sadness, and grief prevailed. And this is from the Amazon region. We see the pain of separation, a reunion during the pandemic. And these were healthcare workers in Wuhan. If we look at these insights, they might be tempting to say, this all seems so obvious. Of course we know we're more connected than ever and on multiple ways. And who doesn't know that we're social and emotional beings? If all this is obvious, and I would agree it is, then why does public diplomacy seem so out of step? If you look at connectivity, how does this align with public diplomacy? Currently, public diplomacy's primary focus is on state and non-state actors, what Brian Hawkins called actorness. This focus on individual actors makes public diplomacy inherently competitive. It suggests a mindset of separateness. The intense soft power competition seems very much out of alignment with global connectivity. What about human emotion? Public diplomacy seems out of alignment with the need for human emotion and social comfort. The pandemic exposed how people around the globe spontaneously sought to meet this need. Yet public diplomacy appears focused on the needs of the rational actor. And then what about public diplomacy? It seems out of alignment with even who we are as a species collectively and our collectively need to meet pressing goals. Evolutionary research is revealing that part of our survival as a species is based not on our individual strength, but on our collective capacity for collaboration. In a study of prehistoric diplomacy to present, Ivers Newman called diplomacy and our capacity to collaborate a hard-won, and I quote, a hard-won triumph of the species. Some scholars have labeled Homo sapiens hyper-collaborative, and the main reason that we survived while our much stronger cousin, the Neanderthal, disappeared. That evolutionary capacity to collaborate was abundantly displayed during the spontaneous behaviors during the pandemic. If we look at our wicked problems, we can think about the capacity to collaborate. And Ben Ziegler said, the growing gap between our evolutionary capacity to collaborate and the growth of wicked problems. They're separated there. Public diplomacy's most pressing challenging may not be soft power of nations individually, but how robust our capacity to collaborate is collectively and globally. So let me turn to the transformation. Let me return to the transformation. How is public diplomacy transforming? If we're at a time of great transformation, how can we transform? And I go back to the study of Newman, who identified a series of tipping points in the capacity of collaboration. He suggested that with our digital technology and globalization, we're reaching a new tipping point. And I would agree. I believe that we're seeing the limits of public diplomacy that focus on actorsness, as well as the limits of actor-based functions, such as competitive advocacy. And what we're seeing is perhaps a transformation, not so much a transformation, but an expansion of public diplomacy from the individual level to the humanity level. And I wrote about humanity-centered diplomacy as the future of diplomacy, public diplomacy, in a special issue of the Hague Journal, and that was in 2019. And it focuses on the needs, interests, and goals of humanity. Stells has talked about this in terms of, Dang talked about, and Serge talked about it as public diplomacy and global public goods. Fitzpatrick's talked about it, sorry, in public diplomacy of the publics. And Holt has switched from nation branding to ranking good country, the good country projects. And I think this is what Dr. Snow was talking about in her essay in terms of the global. So if we're moving in this direction, how is public diplomacy can we change? And I want to talk here about the functions. And one function is global, is problem solving. We talk about multilateral negotiations and the research in that direction. We need more in terms of collaborative problem solving. This is a wide open field. Another area, and the second function is mediating identities. Public diplomacy has played a role in promoting awareness and pride in our separate identities. However, with global connectivity, we need to be creative and research ways of public diplomacy to create our collective human identity and humanity. A third function is being emotionally responsive to the public, what I would call empathetic public diplomacy. As we saw in the pandemic, we're emotional beings, and emotional well-being is critical for the health and stability of human societies. I think this is what Professor Moon was talking about when he said political stability. Part of that is linked to our emotional being. And people may ask, how can public diplomacy talk about emotion? And I would say, how can it not? How can it not? And a wonderful example comes from during the pandemic. When the seriousness of the pandemic was starting to hit in the British public, the British monarch, Queen Elizabeth, made a rare televised broadcast. She spoke directly to the feelings of the people. She opened with empathy. She legitimized the public fears and pains of separation. And she spoke about the grief and then ended with a promise of hope. And so this was an example. More research, though, is needed in the role of public emotion and how public diplomacy can be more responsive. And thankfully, we have a Korean scholar who's written on this, Hee Sol, who wrote on empathy and public diplomacy. But this is a wide open field to explore. So in thinking about transforming our thinking, closing, just transforming our thinking, we need to expand in global problem solving, in how to enhance our capacity for cooperation, how to become more emotionally responsive. And I want to say that South Korea has an opportunity to lead in this research. When I was preparing for this talk, I was struck by how many Korean scholars are just really pioneering the field in emotion and links to diplomacy, and emotion and links to public emotion. So these are wide open areas. And so I want to say it's been an honor to participate. Is forward-looking in its vision of address the needs, interests, and goals of humans and humanity. And so
Thank you so much, Dr. Zaharna. And I also want to remind everyone that you can ask a question. I'll be going to the questions after everybody, all the formal speakers, the Dr. Ihan and the two discussants have spoken, but we welcome questions on the chat bar on Zoom or on YouTube, and I will be receiving those questions as they come in. Otherwise, we'll have a panel discussion among ourselves, and I think to carry on the theme of connectivity and having this emotional connection, even online, we can do that. It helps when we hear more from each other and we get immediate feedback from you. So thank you so much. I was really riveted by that. And I would also encourage more of this type of research. It's so expanding as opposed to contracting in our thinking and about the human condition. So now I want to move to Dr. Ihan and welcome your presentation to our audience.
Hello.
Hi.
It's really great to be in the same panel with two great inspirations and friends, Dr. Snow and Dr. Zahana. Happy Thanksgiving to both of you and the rest of the audience, especially on YouTube. Today I will be connecting a few different lines of research, both in international relations theory, global governance research, as well as public diplomacy research, and I'll try to talk about Korea's public diplomacy in the age of COVID-19 along these lines. Let me see how this works. Okay, good. So I'll be beginning with the public diplomacy literature and how it sees status and reputation. Then I'll move to IR literature and I'll try to connect the two literatures. I'll then talk about a changing world order, although Professor Moon has already talked a great deal about it very nicely. And I'll talk about how public diplomacy is related to these topics. And then I'll talk about Korea's case. So in the public diplomacy research, oftentimes we see status, reputation, prestige being used almost interchangeably with a positive country image. However, in international relations research, that's not the case. Reputation could be positive, it could also have negative connotation. Indeed, in IR literature, prestige is often used for positive reputation, whereas reputation itself or status itself is not interchangeably used. And the level of analysis is often not spelled out explicitly in public diplomacy research, but implicitly it's the individual level which then informs the public opinion. In international relations literature, status refers to an actor's position in a social hierarchy. It could also refer to membership in groups such as status as a major power or membership in G20, for example. Reputation, on the other hand, is a belief about a trait or behavioral tendency of an actor. Hence, it could be positive or negative. So, Dafoe et al. Urges researchers to ask these questions when talking about reputation. Reputation for what trait or behavior, in the eyes of whom, and for whom? In public diplomacy research, we don't pay too much attention to these questions, unfortunately. So it could be, reputation could be for resolve, it could be more militaristic in that sense, reputation as a reliable ally, reputation as a just hegemon. So it could mean too many different things, different than just having a good, positive country image, which has been the focus of public diplomacy research so far. And in the IR literature, different than the public diplomacy literature, the focus for the level of analysis is the state, sometimes a state as person, and to some extent, when the level is individuals, it's still foreign policy elites and leaders as individuals rather than masses. And continuing on how status and reputation is studied in IR, status is sought. So actors seek status, but it's only accorded by others. You cannot have status for your own. It must be accorded by others, and reputation is seized to that end. That's the status-seeking behavior. And in IR literature, as I said earlier, the focus is on elites. The masses are not seen as much important. But that's where we need the link between public diplomacy and IR literature, because interstate politics can be affected and indeed can be constituted by stakeholders at the grassroots level. So ordinary public opinion, or the masses public opinion, can inform foreign policy elites and leaders, and it can inform state policies, and not only in democracies but also in other places, because legitimacy of policies are needed, and legitimacy has roots in the grassroots. Ned Lebow talks about Greek philosophy and tries to understand how hegemons make sure that others comply with their role. And he talks about three most important universal motifs for it. First is fear through military power. Second is appetite. So it could be through development cooperation, as in Marshall Plan after the Second World War. And the third is spirit, or we can call it legitimacy. And that would be relevant for public diplomacy. Dr. Snow, Dr. Zaharna, and many other colleagues have been talking about two-way symmetrical communication, its importance for public diplomacy and its importance for legitimacy. And we have heard about legitimacy both in Dr. Moon's presentation and Dr. Zaharna's presentation. Sorry, I've been showing you the wrong slide all along. Anyways, so public diplomacy can, so that was the slide I had to show you. Public diplomacy can back up interstate relations by helping or providing compliance with and legitimacy of an order, as well as legitimacy of foreign policies. And status, as I said earlier, status is in a hierarchy, in a social hierarchy. And this social hierarchy could be regional, it could be also global. And it could also be in specific issue areas, global issue areas, such as environment, human rights, gender equality, etc. And in these niche areas, we see that middle powers, especially recently, becoming more assertive to seek their status in these specific issue areas. And status research in IR literature often focuses on great powers, especially the greatest powers, hence polarity. So do we have unipolarity, bipolarity, multipolarity? Focuses only on great powers, and that's mainly because status research or status in general is largely based on material capabilities. And status dissatisfaction can even lead to wars between the countries, as in the case of Germany's status seeking, and it's not being accorded the status that it wants, hence status dissatisfaction and the war in the First World War. But it doesn't need to be that way, especially when we look at status in global issue areas. We see that middle powers seek status peacefully. They want to be authorities in specific issue areas, and they want to have authority mainly based on their principles, accepted norms of international or world society, such as humanitarianism. And both concepts come from the English School of IR, which I will emphasize later a little bit more, or sustaining a social order created by the hegemon of the current order, for example, the US-centric neoliberal international order in this case. Or if it's changing, then it would also, so the middle powers would also need to transform their policies to sustain the current order, the status quo. And group conforming behavior can help buy status for countries that are not satisfied with their status. So it's not only about material capabilities. And in the case of Korea, the country has been quite confident in its material capabilities recently, especially after it surpassed North Korea in the 1970s in every dimension of political life, And following the end of the Cold War, the competition against communism or communist countries also was not an issue. Normalization followed with Russia, China, and other former socialist countries. Hence, South Korea put more emphasis on what Chon Do-han government referred to as omnidirectional diplomacy. So rather than just focusing on US and Japan, and to some extent North Korea, but it was seen as domestic politics, we should pay more attention to the world. Indeed, since then, since Chon Do-han government, under every government, we see that South Korea publishes diplomatic white papers every year. And almost since then, in almost every year's diplomatic white papers, we see that Korea's role and prestige in the international community is pronounced along with Korea's international contributions and Korea's multilateral diplomacy. The picture on the left is a snapshot from one of the Korea's diplomatic white papers. It's pretty much the same throughout the years. So the focus is on multilateral diplomacy and international development cooperation when it comes to Korea's status-seeking behavior. And this was pronounced much more assertively and to some extent aggressively under Im Yong-bak government, who focused too much on nation branding. He suggested that Korea is the world's 13th largest economy with some 20,000 USD in per capita income, but ranks only 33rd in the global brand index. And Dr. Zaharna have shown soft power 30 in that report. Also, Korea does not have the same status that it deserves. According to CINC index published by Correlates of War, Korea is number 7 power in the world, which puts together military capabilities, population, economy, etc., all of them together. So Korea does not have the status that it deserves. Hence the idea, especially under Im Yong-bak government, was we must do something to move Korea from Korea discount to Korea premium, so that we can improve its reputation in a groundbreaking manner. Here again, reputation probably means positive prestige. And to win respect in the international community so that it will be on a par with the advanced countries, not just for its sake, it's instrumental. So status is instrumental and social. The time is now ripe for Korea to strive to become a more dignified country and to find its place among the ranks of advanced countries. So that's where we belong, not the small countries. The Public Diplomacy Act of 2016 also talks about image and prestige in the international community. And interestingly, Korea also have been using the term middle power, but compared to many other middle powers within G20 or otherwise, most of them would have leadership roles, great power roles within the region they are. For Australia, it's Oceania. For Turkey, it's the Middle East or the Islamic world to some extent. For Indonesia, it would be ASEAN. However, for South Korea, regional leadership is not an option. For Canada also, regional leadership is not an option. So for these kind of countries, status hierarchy is often sought in global issue areas rather than in the region. For India, the focus would be more on the region. For Australia, it could be in the region. For Turkey, it would definitely be in the region. But for Korea, global issue areas have more room for South Korea to seek status elevation. And coming to the idea of changing world order, we have unipolarity, and as pointed out in the previous discussion, it's changing. But it doesn't necessarily change to a bipolarity, as Professor Moon suggested, I think. Many global governance researchers talk about this. Rosenau talked about this probably 20 years, 30 years ago, most recently, Amitav Acharya called this a multiplex world order, in which we have multiple authorities in different issue areas. So rather than just zooming out and looking at who are the great powers, we zoom in and look at specific issue areas. Who are the governors in specific issue areas, such as global health governance, global environmental governance, global internet governance, finance. So we look at these specific issue areas and we see there are different actors who are recognized as authorities in these issue areas. And it's been the case especially since 2008 financial crisis, which led to G20 becoming the main platform to discuss global governance issues. In the current order, US-led order, US has been taking care of many of appetite issues, providing global public goods in terms of volume. It's been providing the most. And the legitimacy of the US-led order came from multilateralism and permissiveness of even small powers to exist or to raise issues, to have their voices. In the current changing multiplex world order, then emerging powers would also need to show that they can also provide global public goods. They can share the burden so that they can satisfy the appetite of people around the globe. And also, legitimacy of the new order is very important, again, for the order to sustain. So how can we satisfy China and the US with the current changing world order? How can we satisfy the people so that there is no resistance against the current multiplex world order or changing order and compliance with it? And here I will talk about two aspects of public diplomacy in this changing world order in the age of COVID-19. One is promotional aspect and the other one is development cooperation aspect. For promotional, it could be done for domestic legitimacy of the national government. Second, international competitiveness and brilliance. As I said, the actors need authority to become important actors in specific global issue areas. And this authority can be based on different things. In the case of, for example, if a country shows its competitiveness and brilliance, it can have expertise-based authority or capabilities-based authority in the eyes of others, which would provide some sort of legitimacy to it. In terms of development cooperation, here I will refer to two frameworks. One is the English School of International Relations, which talks about international relations on three levels: international system, international society, and world society. In the international system, countries emphasize their national responsibilities. In the international society, countries emphasize international responsibilities. And in the world society, actors, not only countries, actors emphasize humanitarian responsibilities or responsibilities for the environment. And our great colleague James Pemmant talked a lot about the intersection between development and public diplomacy, and he came up with these three concepts of communication of, communication for, and communication about development. So communication of development cooperation is, what have we done? We have been helping other countries. We have been doing great. You should be thankful to us. We have been providing global public goods. It would provide the country that is doing it with expertise-based and capabilities-based authority, again, because of excellence, because of satisfying the appetite. However, communication and collaboration for development cooperation would focus more on the order, maintaining the order, so that countries need to understand they need to cooperate, otherwise they cannot solve the problem. So it would be very similar to what Dr. Zaharna called problem solving or mediating identities, the public diplomacy roles in this case. And it would provide countries or actors with institution-based authority, such as getting a position in the United Nations Security Council or getting a seat at G20 or newly emerging other platforms. Or again, principles-based authority because of the values of international society. And last but not least, communication about development cooperation. What kind of development cooperation discourse do we need? And it would be mainly based on values, principles. And I'll very briefly give examples from Korea. Korea has been doing promotional public diplomacy activities, sometimes for domestic legitimacy. So whenever you see Korean articles in Korean or videos in Korean, you would think the main target is Korean people. So that's just one example, rather than international audience. It's also doing promotional activities vis-a-vis other countries. Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy said international standardization of K-quarantine model will not only raise our country's global status, but it will also help us lead in the global market. And this was also pointed out by Professor Moon earlier. KF president recently wrote, and he delivered a couple of speeches to that end, that there is a Korean model which competes with the China model regarding COVID-19 in the world. And this will help South Korea to become one of the advanced nations in the world. And there has been promotional campaigns such as Trust to that end. And South Korea has been publishing many reports, doing many webinars to show South Korea's success story. So lots of budget also spent to that end. But that's not all. And Korea has been successful because many of the news articles, Twitter posts, SNS posts have been quite positive about South Korea. So South Korea's brilliance was kind of accepted by others. However, that was not all. South Korea also have been sending medical equipments to support many other places, including 109 countries. And it pledged 100 million USD to WHO, and Korea promised to increase, the current government promised to increase its ODA budget by 19% next year. So that was communication of development. And communication for development, South Korea always wants multilateral solutions to these problems, and G20 is often shown as the platform to discuss these issues. And recently, South Korea led the establishment of groups of friends on health issues at UN, WHO, and UNESCO, and South Korea is the co-chair in all of these platforms, typical middle power behavior, seeking multilateralism and collaboration with others, especially in development cooperation field. And communication for development also, there has been a lot of public-private health cooperation or promotion to that end recently. However, when it comes to communication about development cooperation, we don't see as much because so far we don't have much chance to come up with strategies. So far it's been reactive. But communication about development requires proactive strategies. So that would be the next stage. Indeed, Anna Park, South Korea's previous former ambassador for public diplomacy, current ambassador to London, she gave a speech at University of Southern California and later published a chapter in Dr. Snow's book and talking about how South Korea is now moving to South Korea is currently at public diplomacy 2.0, but not public diplomacy 3.0, but it's slightly getting there. And I think what she is referring to is communication about development cooperation, humanitarian responsibilities more than national or international responsibilities. Hence, this might help joining hands with the world society, the people of the world, very much like Canada has been doing with ICBL and many other non-state actors. That would be all. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayhan. There's so much food for thought here, and we have two more speakers, actually discussants. I'm going to call on Samo Lee first, and then we'll go to Anna K. DuPont and then open it up. I've already got a few questions that have come in for the last part of our panel. So is Anselmo Lee online?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me to this excellent panel. My name is Anselmo Lee. I've been teaching Kyung University about human rights, global governance, recently the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And also I've been practicing so-called public diplomacy as civil society because I've been engaged in the civil society last 30 years. And also recently I started serving the KOICA, Korea Internet Cooperation Agency, as a non-executive board member. As many said, ODA can play the important role. I was listening to excellent presentation this morning, two keynote and also the thematic presentation from that perspective, civil society and also the ODA. Let me share my thoughts or response to presentation. The 3 points. Number one is there are a lot of concepts and also definition about public diplomacy in the age of COVID-19. And traditionally, as Ayan said, we have international relations, foreign relations, public. But at the same time, from my own perspective and experience, I think we need to also develop a new way of understanding the public diplomacy from civil society, which means from civil society in Asia and Asia, people don't use the term public diplomacy. It's a too public, that means too governmental. So people prefer civic diplomacy or citizen diplomacy. For instance, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are promoting citizens diplomacy. That means citizens they are the main actors of the public diplomacy. So in that sense, I think we need to develop more sophisticated terminologies to describe the emerging situation and trends. Second point is about COVID-19. Among the many definitions about public diplomacy, one of my favorite is public diplomacy in global public good, GPG. I think that's very relevant for especially the time of the COVID-19 because vaccine, Professor Moon mentioned about vaccine nationalism. So vaccine obviously is a global public good. So the question is how public diplomacy can deal with this, the vaccine as a global public good. I think this is our common challenge in the time of the COVID-19 crisis. But unfortunately, I'm speaking from Korea, So my colleague Anna should speak from the US as a diplomat. From my point of view, because of Corona, as our keynote speaker, Jahana described, there are some good things and not so positive things, So because of coronavirus, people are more closely united and practicing solidarity, different ways, singing, dancing, very emotional ways. At the same time, there's also the xenophobia and also hate speech and racism. So we have two phases of coronavirus. So how we can address those dark side of the coronavirus from public diplomacy point of view? Let me suggest a few things. Traditionally, for me, public diplomacy is like a part of foreign policy to increase attractiveness, the image, improve the image of the nations. I think we need to transform this stereotyping understanding of public diplomacy from nationalistic to global, which means public diplomacy should be part of global governance, not international relations, foreign affairs. That means I think we need to create a common agenda for community of public diplomacy, global agenda. For instance, this year 2020 was the 75th anniversary of UN. The UN General Assembly adopted the declaration, and also we have the SDG 2030 agenda 5 years ago, 2015. But luckily, Joe Biden, in his acceptance speech, he said, United States, we will put more effort on multilateralism. At the same time, return to Paris, climate, which is really welcome news. So I'm very curious whether the US can play the leading role in the 2030 agenda, which is long term, and which can be the common agenda for all the communities of public diplomacy. And lastly, SDG target 4.7, which talks about global citizens education. I think we need to really build global citizen education to build global citizens who can play the key role in public diplomacy, beyond the national interest. So in that sense, let's build up the global agenda, and then we can play the role as the United States, Korea, and Asia, and all the neighboring countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anna K. DuPont, if you'd like to speak now, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Snow. Thank you to the KAPD and Professor Cho for the invitation, and all the esteemed panelists. As a practitioner of public diplomacy, today is really a welcome chance to reflect on the events basically of this year. As you know, COVID-19 hit Korea early, with the exception of my colleagues at the U.S. mission to China. Those of us in Korea were sort of the first to deal with what are the implications for the virus, practically speaking, for public diplomacy. And I can assure you, as we were repatriating American exchange participants or working with our counterparts at the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help Korean exchange participants in the U.S. return to Korea, or canceling any number of programs, we were not doing so thinking about the IR literature or the other larger implications of this virus. So today is really a chance to think about that. And I do think that since then, as this virus has continued, and I don't think this is unique to US diplomats, I think this is probably true of public diplomacy practitioners around the world, we really do have to think about and self-reflect what does this mean for us going forward. So Professor Zaharna asked a question via Professor Snow's essay of what is our mission of public diplomacy. And the fact is that that's a pretty easy question to answer from the US perspective. Our mission remains, as it always is, supporting a strong US-Korea alliance, working towards a free and open Indo-Pacific, facilitating free and fair trade, et cetera, et cetera. But in a COVID-19 context, what that looks like is quite different. And I think what we're finding here with myself and my colleagues is pre-COVID-19, we spent a lot of time, if we think about public diplomacy as a sort of continuum of understanding our audiences and developing plans and managing effectively, and then learning and adapting, whereas we spent a lot of time managing effectively and developing plans, now is a time to understand audiences and to learn and adapt. And a day like today is certainly a part of that. So there were a few things that I wanted to respond to in the excellent presentations and the keynotes this morning, just to keep the discussion going. And one is this idea of the emotional aspect of public diplomacy, which I fully agree with. We need the whole triangle, right? We need the logos, the pathos, the ethos. But the fact is, and today illustrates that in this context, we're spending a lot more time online. We're doing a lot more diplomacy via screens. I had a great chat with Professor Lee during the coffee break, and we'll come away with a different relationship with him than I'll be able to with some of my colleagues on the screen. So I still think maybe something fundamental is missing when we're removed from our physical environment in public diplomacy. That sort of last 3 feet of Edward Murrow. And also we see in polling around the world that one of the major factors in people having a positive view of the United States is whether or not they've met and interacted with an American. So in a context where that's not as possible, how do we sort of balance the physical and digital in our quest for more emotional public diplomacy or more humanist public diplomacy going forward? And then the second question that came to mind, and it's as the keynotes this morning also noted, COVID-19 has sort of laid bare the necessity of multilateralism and cooperation, though it has not been the reality of addressing this virus on a global level. And so part of that may have to do with, as Professor Moon said this morning, resurgent nationalisms or publics with decreasing appetites for multilateralist actions. So I wonder how we square, again, this need for a cooperative and humanist public diplomacy with that phenomenon worldwide. So I don't have great answers, but I remain interested in the discussion, and thank you all again for having me today.
And talk about more collaborative approaches. What do you think, Dr. Ihan?
Make sure you're not mute.
Oh, sorry. The camera angle is not showing me, but I guess you hear me.
Yes, we do.
I think if I talk too much about this, it won't be very pleasant because I feel like I'm the definition police for public diplomacy because of a couple of articles I've written about it. But if I may, I think it also has something to do with the Korean definition of public diplomacy. Konggong for public has this connotation of public sector, hence belonging to the government. So many people calling for a civil society aspect of public diplomacy. But I think diplomacy belongs more to the government than the word public in public diplomacy. So why do we need to call what the civil society does civil diplomacy or something like that? Why not just call it civil society's participation in global governance? Why does it have to be diplomacy? So, and as Anna also pointed out, many of the practitioners are doers. They don't really care about definitions anyway. So definitions are not that important. And we see the importance of non-state actors and individuals in specific global governance issue areas anyways. So regardless of calling it public diplomacy or not, they are part of the equation now. And Dr. Zahan also brought Manuel Castell's ideas about kind of radical perspective of public diplomacy, diplomacy being done by the public. So again, regardless of it being called diplomacy or not, they are definitely part of the equation and they would definitely remain as such.
I want to go to a question. tourism. Tourism is an instrument of public diplomacy, and now due to COVID-19, precipitous drop. April. How might tourism persons post-COVID would like to said, okay, Dr. Zaharna.
You know, I love that question. And one of the things that I've seen with the pandemic is how incredibly creative and innovative people are. And I was just thinking in terms of the online teaching, things that have just blows my mind away. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be virtual tourism. It's kind of like a stopgap between physically being able to go, that there will be a virtual tourism that will generate interest, that will kind of fill that space of not actually being there, but virtually being there. I've just seen just very, very creative stuff being happening. And I wouldn't be surprised if like you can just check in and just have a virtual experience in the country. I think it would just be absolutely fascinating.
Right. On the other hand, though, the physical distance, the lack of the face-to-face communication is there, and that's what Anna had mentioned as well. It's I feel like I'm suffering a bit that I'm not in the room with everybody else.
That is just so incredibly, what's fascinating, and I could say to Anna, there's neuroscience research that's come out that it's that whole thing of physically being there, we emotionally connect, the body connects, and there's a whole branch of research that's out there. So it's absolutely critical, but at the same time, people fall in love on the internet, they date, they're doing all kinds of things, and we're seeing these emojis, and the digital environment is incredibly emotional. That's what's fascinating there. So it's not either or, but we'll get through the pandemic, but we're going to find all kinds of crazy stuff that's going to happen. Yeah, I'm fascinated by it.
Would any of the discussants or Dr. Ihan want to weigh in? I've got another question, but
If I may shortly add, Dr. Zaharna has been talking about relational public diplomacy for so long, and it's very critical for sustainable public diplomacy in the long term. I just hope that this pandemic does not remain with us for very long, that otherwise, currently, public diplomacy activities focus more on the informational end rather than the relational end. I hope that it won't remain too long that we can go back to the relational.
right. Yeah, I would agree with you there. The other question from Zoom is this concept of collaborative and empathetic PD. It's taking us back to the United States with the new US administration. We've been reading a lot of articles about a change, a lean perhaps toward that direction as we're getting to know the new cabinet and leadership in place. So the questioner says Biden certainly has stressed empathy throughout the campaign and more US involvement in world affairs. So could that then have a linkage to what we do in public diplomacy? Is this sort of the beginning of renewing American soft power? I think most of us would probably agree it is, given where we were for 4 years. But I just wanted you all to address that. I'd like to see us talk about what other countries are doing too, but we've been talking about the American, Pax Americana earlier in the morning, and we certainly are going to rely here in Japan and Korea and many other parts of the world on this U.S. leadership that seems to be more multilateral in its direction. So where do we go then with the collaborative and empathetic PD? And that's for anybody.
If I can begin, I think this is a question not only about the current pandemic, it's more about the Trump administration altogether. And
Right.
This is not the first time we are seeing something like this. We had the second Bush era,
Yes.
where American global image, so-called global image, suffered a lot. But it wasn't very difficult for Obama administration to kind of recover it. Despite many criticisms domestically, Obama was loved globally. And it's quite apparent in many of the public opinion polls done by Pew Research. And it's done again, and it will be up to the Biden administration to recover it. And I don't think it would be a huge problem if, as long as the US continues to play the leadership duties and not shirk those duties. And it would have something to do with the legitimacy again, being part of multilateralism, respecting others, especially their self-esteem, and public diplomacy shouldn't need to go back to 1970s, 1980s Cold War public diplomacy. It has been evolving, so it can just continue to evolve by taking into account the interests of the public in other countries and listening to them.
There was a follow-up to that question, which is, can the US pursue a more collaborative PD without more directly engaging China, perhaps in a different way altogether? Sort of the polarity dilemma here, that China is always a looming question in relationship to talking about everything that we've been discussing this morning. So what role then for US-China versus maybe more multilateral collaboration? We've seen China move toward wanting to join the TPP, and that's gotten a lot of debate online about China taking advantage of perhaps what's seen as a weaker administration. I mean, to your point about emotion, Dr. Zaharna, don't we often sort of equate being emotional and empathetic as weaker? And we often assign those values and characteristics more to women, for instance, and as not really the rational actor leadership that we're looking for. So
I don't see it as weaker. And you know who I think about whenever, when I was doing my book, Harold Saunders, Ambassador Harold Saunders, he was the advisor to 5 presidents. And I was trying to get him to write a chapter for the book. And I was talking about relationships. And I called it a girly term. He exploded. He just exploded. And because he worked on the shuttles with Kissinger and the Arab and Israeli negotiations, and then also Russia. And he said, don't you ever call it a girly term, because this is what the global dynamics is about. And so I just went off on a tangent there. But, oh, that's what I was going to say. Emotion is, you can say it is the weak, maybe saying weaker, but what it's now coming out, the World Economic Forum just put out, they put out the top skills that they're looking for, or what's going to be driving the economies and for the 4th technological revolution. And the computers can do some things, but they can't do what humans do. And that's empathy, emotional intelligence, humility. And all of these sound like very weak, but these are the skills that are going to be in demand because they're the things that computers cannot do. And so there, I was just going to say another thing about this multipolar and bipolar and that. The climate change, the one in Paris, was not done by the leadership of big leaders. It was driven by the island nations. And then they put together this coalition and bringing in governments and bringing in corporations. And so we talk about these big leaders, but in a humanity-centered, it's going to be coming from all of the players.
Excellent. That was actually a setup question,
Oh.
just for you to explain the power and that in fact the emotional intelligence is a strength. So I wanted to ask a question of getting back to problem solving and mediating identities in the context of Korea and the middle powers. When you read a lot of the literature, and there's so much coming from the Korean scholars that we value so much. I love the language of it because it's driven by geography in part, but it is this opportunity for Korea. So how might Korea better promote this middle way balance, if you will? I think balanced approach to get away just from the big powers is an important one. How would Korea go about this? And I think it's a good way to sort of bring our panel to a conclusion. We have about 6-7 minutes yet to go. So who would like to address that? And maybe we could have one more question online, possibly. So Korea's specific leadership and as a middle power related to all of these characteristics, where we can raise the visibility of this model, because the model of Korea has been raised so much vis-a-vis COVID, but not so much vis-a-vis this notion of promoting peace and the PD 3.0 and really getting beyond the competitive identities, but searching for that peaceful middle way.
I think for countries like South Korea, middle powers, the reason why they focus on niche areas in global governance is because they don't have the material capabilities to compete with the regional or global great powers. So in order to avoid, for example, making a choice between China and the US, the best way is finding a way not to make a choice. And it's possibly avoiding another Cold War. And avoiding another Cold War would mean leading the direction of the change. Rather than changing from unipolarity to bipolarity, as I said earlier, maybe a global governance issue area focused multiplex world order would be the best option for any of the middle powers. Because otherwise they'll have to choose between the two sides. And countries like Korea is at the center of this tension, because Korea is right next to China. It's not like Russia, because at that time it was the European countries like Greece and Turkey that were at the border with Soviet Union. But now it will be South Korea that will feel the tension the most. So the best way would be avoiding it, I guess.
Dr. Lee, yes, thank you.
I think that's a very interesting question. From being Korea as a Korean, I think I want to use two keywords. One is a youthquake, which was one of the keyword of the year a few years ago. Youth earthquake, youth, because we see the role of youth in the American election, Black Lives Matters, and also election, and also in Korea today, and also in Asia, Hong Kong, Thailand, here and there. At the same time, Dynamite. Dynamite is the name of song, the BTS this year. They got the Grammy Award, nomination a few days ago. I think the culture of youth power, the power of youth culture through this music, not because of this fancy music, but the message conveyed in this dynamite, positive. I think as Jana said, it's very emotional because, there is also another word, 준비, After a few hours of the Zoom conversation training, become zombie, that means the 준비, But very surprisingly, I've been, many Zoom meetings like you, but after many, months, the conversation, we become too emotionally, not zombie, but very attached to each other, It's a very strange experience, This is a real face-to-face meeting, even more the real face-to-face meetings. I think there's a lot of potential, Youth, culture, these are digital, That there can be, I think, the one of the transformational, the source of the public diplomacy for global public good. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Dr. Zaharna.
I want to say for South Korea, I want to go to Dr. Ayan when he talked about reputation. I think that's absolutely critical as just being a model for other countries and a bridge. And I'm thinking about Professor Moon when he talked about principled. And that is incredibly powerful. Just the integrity and what it's demonstrated during COVID. So I think there's a power in that of when you talk about what role is just that principled reputation. And I think there's something to that to really explore and push.
Well, I have one final question, and it's regarding a domestic issue, providing a vaccine to North Korea. When it comes to the possibility of a vaccine being made available to North Korea, a majority of domestic groups in South Korea now seem to be hesitant to giving the vaccine to North Korea. Is there any room for public diplomacy to engage on this situation in the Koreas, if I'm understanding that, or in South Korea? What can be the role of government or civil society implementing public diplomacy in this or other situations where domestic consensus hasn't been met yet? Maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I think we're all anticipating a vaccine. So this is addressing the possibility of helping provide this to North Korea. I don't know if anybody wants to take that on. We just have a minute to go in our session.
Maybe since it's about North Korea, maybe I can share my thought, because this is also what Professor Moon said in his last presentation, the diplomacy based on national consensus, because the vaccine to North Korea issue was very polemic because not everybody agree, because of political circumstances these days, nuclear issues and so on. But question is how to frame the vaccine. Vaccine is a humanitarian issue, but people want to politicize vaccine as a weapons or national secret and so on. I think as a public diplomacy, I believe the people agree if this is a humanitarian issue, but now unfortunately it becomes a political issue. So I think we have to be a little bit, cautious and also find a way, how to appeal to the people's general public in terms of the, as you said, the humanity-based approach to public diplomacy. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. We're about to wrap it up. If anybody has any final remarks, otherwise, I just want to leave us on a positive note and tell you that when I worked at the U.S. Information Agency in the early to mid 90s during Clinton's first term, we could not at that time even release the URL for USIA to an American who happened to call the agency. Such was this separation, this demarcation line between our target, the global publics versus domestic publics. So, and in terms of actors, the actors in public diplomacy we're almost entirely seen as government and public servants. So we have opened up really the world for research and practitioner work, and also for youth exchange. We did have a youth exchange program, but we have really made a lot of progress. And so I just want to thank you all for all of the thinking that you have me doing right now related to this topic. It was really quite stimulating, and we're just the first panel, so we've got a lot more to come. So again, thank you, and thank you to KAPD and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I
Thank
guess it's
you.
lunchtime now.
Okay.
마이크 시험 중입니다. 시험 중입니다. 마이크 시험 중입니다. 마이크 시험 중입니다. 마이크 시험 중입니다. 시험 중입니다.
하나 둘 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 하나 둘 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 둘 하나 둘 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the KAPD International Conference, which is sponsored by the Korean Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My name is Hana Young, and guest professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. It's my pleasure to lead the afternoon session. Please allow me to briefly notify the rules in this afternoon session. First, each presenter will be given around 20 minutes to present their paper, and 5 minutes for each discussant to comment on designated presentations. Second, we will have time for questions and answers. For your reference, the conference is live streamed on YouTube and Zoom now, and we encourage listeners to leave a question until the end of the presentation on YouTube comments section or Zoom chat board. The moderator will select 2 or 3 questions, and I ask the moderator to designate the person who leaves the question after the discussion. And now I'd like to begin our second session, which stresses effective public diplomacy in the COVID-19 world. This session is prominent as we have scholars and practitioners in the field of public diplomacy from all around the world: the United States, the Czech Republic, Australia, and Canada. Before we commence the session, I would like to introduce our moderator, Hyun Lee, professor of Ewha Women's University. She is an expert in intercultural communication and research methodology. Professor Lee, thank you for taking precious time out of your busy schedule. Now the floor is
It's
yours.
my pleasure.
Now
So
the floor is yours.
may I start the second
Yes,
session then?
please.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Hyun Lee from Ewha Women's University. So I'm the moderator of the second session titled New Media of Public Diplomacy in a Post-Pandemic World. So for this session, a few communication scholars, as well as international relationship and public diplomacy specialists are presenting and provide their feedback on the presentations. So the title sounds very interesting, and I think many of you are very excited to hear this kind of precious topics, because this is what we need to hear for the future. And I think everybody is here because of that interest. So since the session has 90 minutes, each presenter could spend up to 20 minutes, as the moderator mentioned. After both presentations, each discussant could have about 5 minutes. Then I will ask the questions or comments from the audience. So please mute your microphone if it is not muted. Then the first presenter is Dr. Jang-yeol Kim, who is one of the most active researchers and practitioners in PR. So we will listen his presentation titled Social Media as a Platform for Digital Public Diplomacy, Cases and Strategies. Now welcome Jang-yeol Kim for his presentation.
Hello, everyone. Let me share the screen first. Good afternoon, good evening, or perhaps good morning to some of you, wherever you are tuning in from today. My name is Jang-yeol Kim, Associate Professor of Journalism and Media Communication at Colorado State University. Thank you for inviting me to present today. Even though the title of this session, New Media of Public Diplomacy in a Post-Pandemic World, contains two new needs of new media and a new normal. Today's presentation is not necessarily about exploring new concepts nor testing theories of public diplomacy. Rather, I would like to share with all of you about why social media is a crucial communication platform for digital public diplomacy, especially in a post-pandemic world. What leads social media PD to succeed or fail, and highlight a few cases. I want to leave you with a message that social media is a must communication tool to be used strategically. Globally, there are over 60 million active COVID-19 cases and a staggering 1.4 million deaths. COVID-19 has not only introduced pandemic virus, but also new measures, norms, and vocabulary around the world, such as new norms, social distancing, lockdown, and more. Public diplomacy is not immune to the pandemic as well. Face-to-face meetings and air travel have not just become obsolete, but are now a taboo. Joshua Brook, a former Israeli diplomat, coined the term Zoomdiplomacy to accurately describe our virtual world today. Also relevant are diplomacy and hashtag diplomacy. Of course, Twitter is famously or infamously a favorite communication channel used by the current US President Donald Trump, as well as many heads of state, leaders of intergovernmental organizations, and diplomats. This is what the new normal looks like. The screenshot of the 27th APEC summit held a few days ago, chaired by the Malaysian Prime Minister Muhyiddin Yassin. The leaders of the 21 APEC member countries, including President Trump, President Moon Jae-in of South Korea, attended. This is the first ever virtual APEC summit. This is another screenshot of the G20 virtual summit from this year. Each leader sat in front of a large screen resembling a more formal setup. To me, it looks like the Chinese leadership won the contest for the largest room and video display. This is likely the new face of socially distanced diplomacy and the new normal. In terms of untact, which was once regarded as a broken English, recently was defined by the BBC as a way of doing things without direct contact with others. Since the COVID-19 outbreak, untact has moved from being a buzzword to becoming a central government policy. So everyone, head of state, diplomat, celebrities, is at home and in front of a screen. Answer to the why social media question becomes obvious when you look at the numbers. Among the 4.5 billion internet users worldwide, 3.8 billion, or 84% of them, are social media users. Facebook has the largest user base with 2.7 billion, followed by YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. TikTok is popular among the young generation. Officially, it has 55 million users, but has been downloaded over 2 billion. We saw the power of TikTok in the US presidential election rally. TikTok teens and K-pop fans used TikTok to sabotage Trump's rally in Tulsa by reserving the ticket, but not actually attending the event. Government officials, diplomats, scholars, or anyone who conduct research, plan, or practice digital public diplomacy should fully understand the social media, the characteristics of each platform, the user's demographics, and the algorithm behind each platform. Why social media? Who are the social media users? And why is social media so unique? 1 in 5 American adults get their political news primarily through social media. They are not passive news consumers. They not only distribute the news, but create content. They are activists who raise voices on issues. They can be a government reliable allies and supporters, but can also be opponents and disruptors if they disagree with the government policy and campaigns. Unlike traditional media, for which first information is important, social media is an open plaza where secondary information is more important, more influential. That's why digital PD should open eyes and ears, engage in communication with the social media users. The main reason for including social media in your digital diplomacy toolkit is its virality. This simplistic formula is used in digital marketing. It is not it's not statistically tested, but gives an idea of viral spreading. Let's assume that one person watches a YouTube video of size Gangnam Style. The video's virality X can be presented as X equals PF times N times PY, where PF represents the probability of forwarding and the number of people who receive or see the forward, and PY, the probability of reviewing the forwarded video. When the content is so funny, useful, clever, unique, interesting, important, or moving, people want to share it with others in their lives through social media, in-person conversation, email, or other communication venues. However, going viral doesn't necessarily mean success. Catherine Tucker of MIT conducted an experiment to measure the persuasiveness of viral ad and how that persuasiveness is related to the virality of those video ads. In this table, directed from a paper, the third variable exposed shows the effect of seeing the target video ad. The effect is positive, indicating that seeing an ad for the product increased purchase intention. The top variable exposed times log views reflects how the virality of the ad affected its persuasiveness. The coefficient is negative, indicating that the more viral the video was, the less persuasive it intended to be. However, she found that humorous content and visual content tend not to show this trade-off dramatically. That is, highly humorous content and visual content can still quite persuasive. This is another study on virality. Trusov and his research team conducted a time series study on the effect of word of mouth versus traditional marketing of a social networking site. They compared online word of mouth, traditional media expenditure, and event marketing. They found that if a company could engineer an increase in social warmth, such an increase would have a large effect. Blue line in the first graph above 2 versus 1 and 1.25 for the other two marketing channels. Also, longer lasting effect. The effect remains significantly positive for nearly 3 weeks as opposed to 3 or 5 days for the other marketing channels. Now, how best to utilize social media? Not all social media platforms are equal. Their user demographics are different, their preferred contents are different, so is the algorithm that works behind each platform. Therefore, to use social media in digital public diplomacy, we must first understand the characteristics of each platform and determine the objective of the campaign, choose the most appropriate platform or platforms, plan the content for each platform, then finally distribute and promote content and measure the success. Throughout the whole process, ongoing social monitoring and social listening are crucial. Why do governments need to monitor and listen to social media, better respond and strategically manage issues and crises? Social media monitoring is a short-term solution by reacting to what your audience is saying. It involves interaction with its audiences. For example, if a citizen posts a question to government website or social media site, the government should respond to it. Some government agencies are using AI or chatbot to respond to such questions immediately. Social media monitoring includes responding to issues and complaints promptly to address audience claims and requests. On the other hand, social media listening is a long-term solution by making changes derived from audience insights. Social media listings involves pulling data from all social media platforms to see how social media users are interacting with the government policy. For example, a government agency may track social mentions, read conversations and content, and implement changes based on feedback. This is a diagram that explains triple media, owned media, and paid media. The best strategy for digital PD is to use these three types of media holistically to maintain that sweet spot, the middle of the Venn diagram. Now, if time allows, I would like to share three digital public diplomacy cases focused on South Korea. The first case is Stay Strong campaign by Ministry of Foreign Affairs of South Korea to promote compassion and togetherness to overcome COVID-19. Similar to the famous Ice Bucket Challenge in 2014 to promote ALS awareness. Social media users joined the challenge by downloading the logo, uploading on their social media site, then tagging its logo. So downloading and uploading on their social media site, and tagging 3 friends using the hashtag #StayStrongCampaign. Over 1 million people across 120 countries participated in this campaign. It generated mass coverage in traditional media, as well as fully supportive endorsement from celebrities. Even I was invited by one of my Facebook friends. Several factors made this campaign successful. It started when COVID-19 began to expand over the world and everyone was tired of lockdown. Timeliness is a key factor that made the campaign successful. Not only for this campaign, timeline is probably the most important factor in digital public diplomacy, regardless of the topic, whether to promote good causes or to handle issues and crises. Second is engagement. It clearly gave motivation for social media users to engage in the campaign, as their participation would help the people suffering from COVID-19. And it was easy to join the campaign. Most of all, it moved people's heart with its slogan, windows to windows, messages travel from our heart to your heart. People willingly participated as they felt with a good cause, and also they might felt that the message was not only for others, but for themselves. These are some endorsements from other countries. Korea has done an excellent job navigating the pandemics. America has a lot to learn from our Korean brothers and sisters, something like that. The second case is Feel the Rhythm of Korea by Korea Tourism Organization. Let's look at the video shortly.
범 내려온다 범이 내려온다 장님 깊은 골로 대한짐 샘이 내려온다 범은 덜숭덜숭 꼬리는 잣듯 핫팔이 넘고 해머리 흔들며 전동 같은 앞다리 동화 같은 뒷발 향기 찌어지고 새낙 같은 발톱으로 잔디 뿌리왕 모래 를 촤르르르르 그치며 주홍잎 버리고
So see how different this video is from typical campaign videos we've all seen from various countries elsewhere. Show some pretty pictures, celebrities, a bit of narration, and ends, a generic visit this country, something like that. The campaign was a resounding success. Over 200 million people watched the videos, liked, posted, commented, shared, tweeted, retweeted on their social media. Tons of traditional media featured the campaign as well. So what worked? The background, contemporary and even avant-garde met traditional and famous tourist sites. The dancing, ambiguous dance company, professional modern dance group, deliberately staged the funny, unbalanced, and easy-to-follow dancing. And finally, the music. Inarchi band sang the highly addictive and exciting fusion Korean music. This unique and unfamiliar trifecta led this campaign to go viral. In addition, I want to quickly acknowledge KTO for deviating from a government typical practice of holding on to control and fully giving autonomy to the agency that was hired for this campaign to get creative. The third case is Evergreen 2020 다시 부르는 상록수 campaign. The video said this song is dedicated to all the warriors out there fighting against COVID-19. 34 famous Korean singers gathered and sang together, reminiscent of the famous We Are the World campaign. MOFA translated it into 8 foreign languages, disseminated them through government sites and the social media site. Yes, it is great idea, great music, great musicians in 9 languages. So I visited the MOFA website, and this is the screenshot from MOFA. It shows Evergreen 2020 song in 9 different languages. What do you see? When you see the numbers of scene, the numbers are not great. They are all below 5,000 views, regardless of language. I wondered, maybe the MOFA website doesn't generate that much traffic. It's a government website after all. What about YouTube? So I checked YouTube. No, the numbers are even smaller. In English, only 1,800. French, fewer than 600. Chinese, only 150 views. So I checked the language description. These are the same videos. Aha, do you see the difference? Just the titles. Whereas the video posted in Korean language only drew 1,800 viewers, the same video posted in English with English hashtags attracted 600,000 viewers. This just goes highlight how difficult it is to get it right, and that there are so many factors to consider. Any national government wanting to target global citizens needs to find ways to reach maximum potential. The campaign is not over. There is still room for virality by taking advantage of search engine optimizations. This chart compares social media following of 2 governments, the US Department of State and Ministry of Foreign Affairs of South Korea, alongside 2 K-pop stars, BTS and Blackpink. As you see, they are not comparable. But there is an important insight. Don't try to focus so much on increasing government website traffic. Government will never be BTS. However, government can work with influencers to drive their PD messages. This shows the percentage of social media followers by each platform. For social media strategies, what makes social media diplomacy successful? These are the keywords that I prepared: timeliness, authenticity, use influencers, appeal to emotion, audience-centered engagement, creativity, flexibility, relationship and networking, big idea. However, mindful of the time limit, I will highlight only a handful of these strategies. Timeliness is always the #1 factor that can guide public diplomacy plan, messages, event, and even day-to-day works. Let's take a look at how fast the world leaders used the social media to congratulate on Joe Biden this time. Following CNN calling Biden's projected win at 6:15 p.m. on November 10, the president of Zimbabwe tweeted a congratulatory message within 20 minutes, quickly followed by Ireland, Maldives, Canada, and Germany. Within 2 hours, leaders of 17 countries congratulated Biden on Twitter. This is a very simple example, but demonstrates the importance of timely response to issues and planning PD campaign. Influencers are of great help as well. For instance, BTS was invited to deliver a speech at the UN headquarters in 2018. This is a very symbolic event that awarded K-pop music and K-pop stars recognized as an influencer. Why were they invited? Fame, of course. But more importantly, they had been participating in the Love Myself campaign with UNICEF to stop youth violation from a year ago. Influencers, especially online influencers, are more than 100 times effective if they are well positioned and collaborate with the government agency on issues that PD address. Here is another example from KTO, showcasing that audience-centered and flexible communication works in digital PD. Global tourism industry took a massive hit from COVID-19. The number of visitors to South Korea decreased dramatically, and so have the KTO social media followers. Just because the visitor number dwindled, the social media presence decreased as well. KTO did their homework and realized that its promotion had been heavily centered on attracting new travelers. Obviously, that is not feasible with pandemic, so they quickly modified their strategy. The target audience changed from potential inbound travelers to past visitors. The key message changed from portraying Korea as a fantasy or a dream to achieve and see to reminding past travelers of good memory and bringing a sense of longing. As a result, while the number of actual visitors remained the same, social media followers have increased. I will leave you with one last cute example to highlight audience-centered, flexible, and fun PD strategy. For Japanese tourists just across the sea who are fond of cute characters, KTO developed a tailored communication strategy. They developed characters so that Japanese tourists can travel to Korea vicariously through them. While it is not a big promotion, the number of Japanese followers increased steadily. Here are some key takeaways: the social media blessing or curse. If used strategically, it is a great communication tool. It can also come back to bite you. In this new normal and social media, add social media in your digital public diplomacy toolbox. Government-driven public diplomacy has many challenges. Active and coherent collaboration and participation from public and non-public entities are needed. Be cautious that communication channel nor the content on social media can be controlled. Be ready to cope with issues and crises as they can occur anytime, anywhere. Audience-centered communication works. Always be honest, authentic, diligent, and communicate with your target audiences from their perspective. Network matters. Build an online network of allies and supporters. Keep up with the latest trend. Use relevant social media platforms and add apps strategically. And finally, be ready to explore the social media terrain. Show your foreign public that you have goodwill and that you are with them. When you go in search of honey, you must expect to be stung by bees. Joseph Hubbard. This is the quote from Jang Jae-bok, Ambassador for Public Diplomacy from MOFA, interview with Arirang TV. Public diplomacy is like planting an apple tree. When you plant an apple tree today, you cannot expect its fruit tomorrow. Result can show in the mid or long term. Thank you for listening. I wish you good health and look forward to gathering in person in the near future.
Yeah, it's a really great and urgent and useful strategies he provided based on his experience as a researcher and practitioner. So let's hear the second presentation. Maybe I would like to invite the audience for questions and comments while you are listening these presentations. If you have any questions and comments, feel free to leave your message in the chatting room. So I could double check and maybe we have time to answer them. Okay, so the second presenter is Dr. Suwon Kim. So she will give a talk titled Tantalizingly Close Yet Too Far, the paradox of digital public diplomacy towards the global south. So Dr. Suwon Kim.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so could you present your work?
Hello, my greetings to the audience from all over the world. My name is Professor Kim Soo-won, and I'd like to start my talk by thanking organizers for inviting me, and also I'd like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for sponsoring this important meeting today. Today, I brought a talk titled Tantalizingly Close Yet Too Far, the paradox of digital public diplomacy in the global south. In previous talk, Professor Kim Jang-yeol well provided us with his insight on Korea's digital public diplomacy in general, but my talk is more about the Korea's public diplomacy in the context of the global south. So in this talk, I like to talk about the hollowness that is created by the growth in digital cultural content and lacked physical engagement in the global south in the context of, in light of public diplomacy. And I also like to talk about the frustration that is experienced by the foreign public, foreign audience, who are trapped in this hollowness. So in that sense, my talk today echoed the Professor Zara's talk about the importance of emotion in public diplomacy. Next. Can I go to the next slide? My talk is outlined as following order. After the introduction, I'll briefly talk about digital landscape of the global south. And then, I'm going to talk briefly about Korea's public diplomacy, since Professor Ayan well explained the Korea's public diplomacy in the first session. So I'll focus more on the Korea's public diplomacy in the global south. And then the main part of my talk is going to be dedicated to talk about the paradox or the hollowness of the digital public diplomacy. And then I'll conclude with some takeaway issues in the context of the COVID-19. Well, my talk today is based on the qualitative research that I've conducted in countries in Africa, such as Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa, during the period of 2016 and 2019, focus group and interviews and observations. Today, I may use the word culture or cultural diplomacy, but when I say culture, I don't mean the norms we behave or norms we think in general. Whether I'm referring to creative products, which is called content or cultural content in Korean context, and which is also called audiovisual products by the categorization of the UNESCO. This talk is a sort of sequel to my most recent publication, which explained the modus operandi of Korea's public diplomacy, and yet its positive reception. And also, this talk is in line with SPRI's 2019 work, which he addressed the importance of audience in digital public diplomacy. And by the way, I'm very glad that he kindly joined this session as a discussant. I learned a lot from his article. And lastly, in terms of hollowness, I was inspired by Shia's conceptualization of hollowness, and he used it to describe the technical advancement outpacing institutional achievements in terms of cybersecurity. But I'm using this term in a context of digital public diplomacy today. Access to the internet can easily be taken for granted. Yet for most of the world's population, connectivity remains too expensive, technically inaccessible, or unreliable. As you see in a graph, left-hand side, in low-income country, least developed country, the individuals who have access to internet is less than 20%. The right-hand side map is a map showing the ICT Development Index, which included access, use, and the skills to use internet. And as you see, and the little one at the top is the map of 2015, and the one at the bottom is the map of 2017. Although we can see some progress in other part of the world, if you look at Africa in particular, you don't see that there's been little progress in terms of digital access and usage of it. Yet, more and more audience in Africa are enjoying watching Korean screen products or listening to Korean pop music. Which is interesting because unlike the reception of Korean culture in other continents, the reception in African continent is not initiated or driven by private sectors. Because Africa only accounts for 0.05% of Korea's export in broadcasting content, and marketing cost is too high. Instead, the Korean content were delivered in forms of public diplomacy by the government to the least developed or low-income countries. From the early 2000s, the government bought copyrights of a number of TV dramas and released it through the broadcasting company in Africa via Korean embassies, which shows a very typical form of public diplomacy, which I conceptualize as granted developmentalism in my previous work. This institutional distribution and positive reception is interesting when we compare it to that of China, but I'll leave it for the later for Q&A session for the sake of time. What is more noteworthy is the viewers or the public audience who were first introduced to Korean content by the government through traditional media now have moved to digital platform. They now became a voluntary users or recommender by being a secondary stakeholder of public diplomacy. How did they find Korean content? This is a quote from a government official, mother of 2 children who are watching Korean TV drama together with her daughters. I quote, "It's cool, decent, and the culture is very good for us. Korean movie is the movie we will recommend for my child. It is a movie that you're watching, your children are around, you do not feel embarrassed." One thing that I like to highlight here is, yes, Korean content is perceived in a positive manner, But the audience in African continent is very different from audience outside Africa. Because of the network barriers and affordability of the screen devices and the level of education, which need to follow subtitles, the Korean content is consumed by relatively well-off group of people and contained there due to also lack of those conditions. That makes very interesting that's even more interesting when I found that those audience identify or feel closer to the people in Korea sometimes rather than the people struggle in their own country. This is an interview quote by a 14-year-old girl in Ghana. She said, I quote, "I've written so much about trees, life, skies, poor people, sad people. I was always so concerned about reality. My writing focuses much on negative stuff. And all of a sudden, when I watch Korean dramas, I got inspired again to write more. There's somewhere I will be appreciated." It was interesting that those audience found Korean as normal people like me. And even in some sense, I could find South-South solidarity as an alternative to the Western propaganda running through Western cultural content. And some artists even saw the Korean culture or creative industry as a window. They can branch out to international stage. And in that sense, I think the Korean culture is being a third space, third place. The concept introduced by Larkin, with his study of the reception of Bollywood movie in Nigeria, he introduced this concept, the third place, as modern, but not necessarily Western. Yet, this is the irony that I like to highlight in this talk. Although they feel so close by meeting Korean and engaging with Korean culture in a digital platform, due to the lack of physical engagement, they feel frustrated and they even feel more marginalized, more disengaged. First, as consumer, again, because of the high marketing cost and delivery cost, although they are introduced to the Korean culture and they now want to buy Korean products, but they can't get access of it. So, which make them, I think I need help here, which make them talk like, I quote, "Don't you want our money? Please make access. Put your products and make them available here. We exist, we are here." And what's more interesting is about it's their frustration of being supporters and being deprived of the chance to support their own, particularly K-pop bands. They want to support their artists. They want to show that those who appreciate Korean culture is staying here, but they also are depriving of the opportunity to show their fandom and support and help breaking records of their favorite band. Lastly, it's about them losing their chances to present their own country or continent. I myself never thought about this aspect before I conducted the interviews. But one interviewee said when the Korean band goes to Manila and they have world tour there, they search Manila and they see Manila and they now want to go to Manila. And this is an interesting quote. They want to show South Africa is more than just a desert and animals. Not just Korea, but access they give to other people once they set foot in another places, another city, another country. So, and people will fly down here. People will search Africa. This is not exposure they giving to Korean culture. It is also influence they give on city they go to and practices they go for the world tour. And they said, and one interviewee said, in a world tour, there is no Africa, so why do they call it world tour? So that's the frustration. Frustration caused by them being underrepresented. This is a newspaper. In one of the most respected newspaper in South Africa, and the 3 full pages were in last year, August, about the Korean content. This case is very interesting because this whole content was manufactured and delivered and pushed by the government via South African embassy. So it was a effective form of public diplomacy. The reporters only added one last paragraph. So now there's public diplomacy, and now this is what they feel about the public diplomacy of Korea. The last paragraph, I read, as for South Africa, K-pop scene here is still growing, but every year more and more South African fans find their way online. Host fan meets up or even gather at event organized by the Korean embassy. But this is the interesting part. Dreaming of a day when a K-pop superstar might perform on an African stage too. In concluding remarks, in this talk, I talked about the contained but critical distribution of Korean content led and initiated by the government. I think this is a very effective form of public diplomacy because this could be a form of targeted diplomacy for future decision makers. In terms of COVID-19, well, Professor Moon this morning mentioned the crisis gave us good chance to think about the future, our concerns for future. Ironically, I think the flip side of the coin of what he said means this crisis also gave a chance to see what we have and what we don't have. For a futuristic strategy, it's important to think about digitalization and further digitalization of public diplomacy. But I also think this is a chance for us to think about what we have now in regard to the public diplomacy directed to the global south. I'll just mention 2 brief points. First is about physical presence. As I explained described in a talk, without physical engagement, digital diplomacy creates digital public diplomacy might create hollowness, which leads to the frustration. Goethe Institute, I think, could be a good example for us. Goethe Institute with 157 offices across the world, a lot in Africa as well. Although we are the emerging actor in public diplomacy, more active and proactive engagement at physical level would be necessary. And the second point is about the media, the channel. Yes, digitalization is very important, but as I showed you in a earlier graph, only 20% of individuals have access to internet in least developed countries. When we were struck by COVID-19, it was easy for us to transform to distant learning using digital platform. But countries like Nigeria, all formal education had to stop, and only matric year students could have distant learning via radio. So yes, digitalization is future, but what we have now could be a bit non-digital, and we also need to take full advantage of it. These are two takeaway points that I'm leaving to the scholars and practitioners, and I'll wrap up my talk here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soon Kim. She mentioned about very important issue. We are actually, we do not have that much chance to talk about South Africa. Indeed, since 2001, I started to attend the conferences in many different areas, including communication and intercultural relations. But this is the very first time to talk about this issue. So it shows how actually neglected this issue to be. And so now we have 3 discussants. So who will talk about these 2 presentations. I cannot wait for their actually comments on these presentations. First discussant is Dr. Tae-Sik Kim. He is a communication scholar from Masaryk University. So Dr. Tae-Sik Kim, yeah, could you talk about these presentations?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and it's great to have the opportunity to listen to this great presentation. And yeah, let me introduce myself just shortly. I'm Tae-Sik Kim, and I'm currently an assistant professor of media studies and journalism at Masaryk University in the Czech Republic. But currently, I'm physically in South Korea. It's also because of the COVID-19, because I came to the Korea in this summer, and I've been stuck here because of the bad situation in the Czech Republic. Yeah, it's now. I think it's getting better in the Czech Republic, but still, the daily infection, the number is about maybe 5,000. So it's quite bad still. So I will be in Korea a little longer than I expected. So, okay, let me start my discussion. And thank you very much for the very informative presentations. And I've learned a lot about how digital media has been contextualized in the pandemic situation. So, especially Professor Jang Kim's presentation provided Korean cases that adopt the social media in practicing public diplomacy. And the first case of MOFA showed how daily practices in Korea may be mobilized as a promotional custom that may improve the image of the country in the moment of unprecedented crisis. So it is easy to take for granted that the social media platforms are effective communication tools for public diplomacy. However, the Professor Kim's presentation specifically demonstrated why social media platforms are particularly effective in the context of global pandemic. So, and the Professor Suwon Kim's presentation clearly presented how the reciprocal understanding between public diplomatic partners is important. And especially when it comes to Global South, the local social historical context of the diplomatic partners should be extensively considered in coming up with the diplomatic strategies. As a discussant, I actually want to introduce the cases from the Czech Republic, because yeah, maybe these two cases may have something to do with today's presentation. And during the COVID-19, the South Koreans' successful defense during the first wave of COVID-19 was also very well known in the Czech Republic. However, it was Taiwan that was more widely known as the most successful case of the prevention in the Czech Republic at that time. And Taiwan's diplomatic approach was grounded in its position in the international politics as a small country actually victimized by the giant power of mainland China. And they have some common sensibility between these two. Like the small countries, successful prevention was a very suitable story for many small European countries that have been heavily influenced by global big powers like Germany or Russia and the United States. These small European countries, they're always influenced and impacted by the global politics, and they tend to victimize themselves in these international politics, and they find some like a common sensibility from this small country in Asia. So Taiwan and also the domestic Czech politics has divided into pro-China and anti-China position heavily. So when the anti-China sentiment was heightened during the early phase of COVID-19, Taiwan emerged again as a model, which is suitable for small countries. So the Taiwanese government and also private sectors swiftly responded to this local atmosphere in small European countries. And the Taiwan was the winner of the so-called face mask diplomacy at the time. Like Taiwan was very active in promoting their face mask distribution or donation, the diplomacy. And it was well recognized in many European societies. And so this case can tell a lot about the understanding of a local context in public diplomacy. So the social historic position of a country should be considered extensively in public diplomacy. So also the domestic politics of a country would be an important contextual background of public diplomacy. That's why I introduced this case. And another case is from the Vietnamese migrants community in the Czech Republic, which is a bit different from the conventional understanding of a public diplomacy, but it can also tell a lot about how social media is contextualized in promoting like cultural images of a certain group of people. The Vietnamese is one of the largest migrant groups in the Czech Republic, and they successfully settled down in the Czech Republic mainly due to their economic and educational success. However, they have been treated like the second-grade citizen because of ingrained racism in Czech society and also cultural misrepresentation in the Czech society. But things have changed dramatically during the early phase of COVID-19. When the government declared the state of emergency in March, Czech people suffered the shortage of face masks at the time, because the face mask is not a everyday goods for Czech people, and so it was very difficult to obtain the face mask at that time, but Vietnamese migrants have been successful. The Vietnamese actually Vietnamese community have been very successful in grocery business and textile business in Czech society, and they mobilized these, their, economic means, and they quickly mobilized their specialties, and many Vietnamese made face masks by using their facilities and resources, and distributed those to essential workers, including medical staff, and they actually, mobilized the small grocery store, and every Vietnamese grocery store distributed donated the face mask to the medical staff and kind of thing. And also the many Vietnamese social media outlets extensively promoted this kind of cultural practice, and they posted they made a face mask like a 10,000 face mask today, and they distributed this to the medical staff, and they contribute to the mainstream Czech society, and so they promoted their cultural practice and their citizenship, or they practiced their citizenship in Czech society by using these social media platforms, and also Czech mainstream media and people started recognizing these face mask related practices, and also they started recognizing this in swift community reactions as a cultural practice as widely performed by Vietnamese people. So it was not a conventional channel of public diplomacy. However, this case can tell a lot about how local contexts work in coming up with the diplomatic strategies. Also, it showed the power of social media as a communicative platforms in public diplomacy. So the Vietnamese people, yeah, I'm not sure because it's still in the middle of the pandemic. So, but as far as I know, in my opinion, the general image of Vietnamese people has dramatically changed, by these kind of cultural practices and also their social media promotion. And so I can say, like in Europe during the first wave of COVID-19, there have been many reports about the racism or racist attack. But in the Czech Republic, yeah, it was very peaceful, and I haven't heard any single case of racism, expressed by the Czech mainstream society. So I think, yeah, so it is kind of it is a part of Vietnamese cultural effort in like reshaping, reimagining their their identity and their community value. So yeah, that's my opinion and that's my discussion. And so maybe I can talk more about this, like the role of social media and also the role of the understanding of local context in developing the public diplomatic strategies during the discussion session. Thank you very much for having me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tae-Sik Kim. Oh, so he is in Korea right now. So maybe in the future we could meet in person. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your input. And Dr. Damien Spry. So Dr. Damien Spry's research focuses on social media impacts on politics and diplomacy. So he will provide another excellent, actually insightful comments on these two presentations today. So Dr. Spry, could you actually give us some, your discussion on these two presentations?
Thank you, Professor Lee, and hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is in your part of the world. I hope you are well. In case you're wondering, yes, I'm in Adelaide, South Australia, where it's about 40 degrees outside in the middle of the day. And although we have been safe for about 6 months, we have in the last week gone into a small lockdown ourselves. So I'm at home. The picture you see behind me actually comes from Seoul. I was fortunate enough to spend 4 years from 2012 to 2016 living and working in Seoul at Hanyang University. So 안녕하세요. 만나서 반갑습니다. Pardon me, it's been a long time since I spoke Korean. I'd like to thank both of the presenters for their excellent presentations. And I don't want to spend too much time talking because I'd like to hear back from them about some of the points that have been raised, and especially invite questions from all of the participants. But reflecting upon some of the things that were said earlier in the day, and one thing in particular, that this field of digital diplomacy is still quite young, and we're still learning quite a lot. And in my experience, I mean, I've been looking at this stuff closely for about 5 or 6 years, including some quite intensive qualitative and quantitative research. And I've gone from a journey where perhaps Professor Kim Jang-yul has been recently, which has been rather positive or optimistic about the potentials for digital forms of public diplomacy. Initially, I thought, why aren't all these ministries of foreign affairs doing more? And I had discussions with my friends who were then at the Australian embassy in Seoul, saying, oh, why aren't you guys doing this and that and this and that? There's so much you should be doing. And then I started to look at it closely, and I may have found myself now in a place where Professor Kim Se-won is, which is a little less optimistic about it. And she uses the phrases about these paradoxes and the hollowness of digital diplomacy. So I guess we're here in this early stages of our field where we're somewhere between optimism and recognizing the real limits of this. So I guess I have a general question to both of the presenters, which is really, you know, Jang-yul, where do you see, you've noted, where was the expression, it's so difficult to get it right, is what you said. So I guess one of the questions I have is, how do we get it right? You talked about that a little bit, but more specifically, I guess, what does it mean to get it right? Because those numbers, they're not enough, are they? Where we see these, what sometimes are called vanity metrics, how many views we get, how many likes, how many shares. What does that achieve for diplomatic purposes? How does that represent national interests? How does it help us to solve problems together, as someone mentioned earlier today, is one of the ways that we can be engaging as diplomats. And one of the things I particularly just want to, I just challenge everyone on, Professor Soo-won Kim mentioned my research, and it's terribly flattering, I have to say, to have my research mentioned while I'm here, so thank you for that. But she talked about the work that I've done on the importance of audience. So here's my challenge, because what I think I've learnt is that digital diplomacy, especially using social media, works sometimes in some places with some audiences for some reasons. And most of the time, it's largely ignored. But sometimes it can work. So how do we go about kind of like identifying those times, places, locations, audience types, and purposes where digital diplomacy can be worth the time and money that we spend on it? And for those of you out there, I'll just give you one quick example of where I found that it's learned. I've learned that it's worked. Now, this is a generalization, it's a model, and it needs to be challenged by further research. But typically, I've found that the use of Facebook in particular, and it's important that I'm only talking about Facebook here, not other platforms, is more useful in countries that are smaller, poorer, younger, and closer. So for a country like Australia, a country immediately to our north, Timor-Leste, small, poor, young, and close, has the Australian embassy there has a lot of success using Facebook for diplomatic purposes. And to put it into some context, I won't give you all the data, but compared to a place like Canada, and I think we have someone speaking on behalf of Canada soon. So Australia's embassy in Canada is 10,000 times less likely to find Facebook useful in Canada than it is in Timor-Leste. In other words, for every one person that's listening in Canada, 10,000 people are listening in Timor-Leste. So that's one example of what I'm talking about. So I guess that's a bit of two challenges or provocations. How optimistic can we be? What are the limitations? And how can we kind of like be a little bit more granular in our analysis of where these things work? Thanks very much, Professor Lee.
Oh, thank you so much. So now we have our final discussant. So in general, we have actually professors and researchers. So academic parts are emphasized in general conferences. And I'm so actually appreciating this chance. And actually, I think the organizing committee of KAPD put this conference did an excellent job. So we could have a balanced input from 3 different discussants. And the last discussant, Ms. Jin Go, is an advocacy and public affairs officer from the Canada Embassy in Korea. So Ms. Jin Go, yeah, could you actually give us your discussion on these 2 presentations?
Thank you, Professor Lee. Do you hear me? Okay, good. So thank you, KAPD, to organize this timely conference. And also thank you to Professor Kim, 2 professors who did a presentation. My name is Jin Ko. I'm the Advocacy and Public Affairs Officer, and I deal with the public diplomacy in the field for many, many years. So I cover culture file, social media, traditional media, academic affairs, public affairs. So I would, the reason why you invite me to provide some like field experience. So I would like to share my thoughts in that aspect. So presentation by Professor Jang-Yeol Kim covered the importance of social media in delivering public diplomacy initiatives. I was particularly interested in the key takeaway that Professor Kim presented on the last slide. The bullets actually addressed some challenges that we public diplomacy practitioners are experiencing, in particular during the pandemic. And I would like to share my work experience in that aspect. Professor Kim mentioned that we need to keep up the latest trend, the use relevant social media platform and applications strategically. And this is a very important suggestion during the pandemic in particular. To give you an example, the Canadian Embassy runs many different types of social media. We have Twitter in 3 languages, Korean, English, French, Instagram in 3 languages, Facebook in 3 languages, and finally Korean language blogs, so 10 accounts with very small number of people. So we have to be strategic, ready. And this is a very important, the French and English are Canada's official languages, and Korea is for engaging with Korean audience, of course. When we plan strategy on certain posting, we think about different target audience and their preferred social media channel. Also, we change our tones of voices, visuals, and use different tactics and strategy when we post one posting very carefully. For example, when we upload posting on LGBT human rights issues, we found out that we get much more responses on Korean account Facebook, not the Facebook, Twitter account, compared to what we have traditionally thought, the Korean language Twitter account than any other channels in any other languages. And realizing that our target Korean LGBT community is very active on Twitter, we plan postings accordingly. So we try to be audience centered, as Professor Kim mentioned, but things have changed. So pre-COVID-19, we used to post a selective number of posting at a certain time, which is reachable to the target audience. Because social media followers, some of our followers don't like to receive too many messages per day. So we had to be strategic. But after COVID-19, everything is online. Trade fair is online. Cultural performances are all canceled because of the travel restriction. Lecture, youth exchange are all online. So social media actually is the sole platform, not the sole, but actually very important platform that we can display our public diplomacy activities and also our partners' activity on priority agenda. So we see severe competition on social media platform market to grasp public's attention. My question actually, the comment and question to Professor Kim, what kind of strategic consideration other than your strategy that you provided on social media strategy made in dealing with these challenges with overflow of this kind of messages that we have to deal with as a public practitioner. And then secondly, Professor Kim's presentation is well capturing the challenges again for practitioners to engage with the foreign nationals. And Professor Kim from Czech Republic and other professors, Professor Wang from the keynote speech also mentioned about interesting concept that I'm very interested these days. Our target audience is actually foreign national, but these days more and more, it interests me that diaspora audience is also very important, in particular during the pandemics. So as you are aware, the diaspora is historically used any group that has been dispersed outside of traditional homeland. So our expat or traditional, or transnational community. So for us, Korean Canadian community in Canada or Canadian community in Korea could be a diaspora audience for both countries. So these days, this term I know that is often used in the migration studies. And international relations, the public diplomacy has been more targeting foreign policy, foreign public in host countries. So for the Canadian Embassy in Korea, our primary target audience has been Koreans in Korea. The reason why I used has been is that instead of is, the present sense, is that we've noticed interesting addition to our target audience in Korea. They're repeatedly saying the Canadian Embassy runs 3 languages social media accounts. And our focus has been, of course, Korean accounts in a traditional sense of public diplomacy. As our target audience is Korean, we're based in Korea. But during the pandemic, like many other countries, we used our social media as a primary tool to provide information on safety, health, as well as lockdown and available flights for information, in addition to the cultural events, trade events that we are requested to promote. So this is a challenge in our work as well. We've seen significant responses by our Canadian diasporic community in Korea. And our channels in English and French are getting more important role than ever to deliver our message to the Canadian diasporic audience in Korea. So I think this change will be also applied to many other countries, including Korea, which are experiencing migration and remigration, and during the pandemic and after the pandemic. So I think it will be an interesting subject to consider on how we want to engage with the diaspora community in host country as our target audience or as an actor actually to advance our public diplomacy agenda. So this is actually a question to professors, both professor, or challenge to our audience. What would be the best way to engage with our diasporic audience to advance our agenda? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is really great comments from your hands-on experience and observation as a practitioner. We have 2 questions. One is from Zoom room and the other one is from YouTube. Then Professor Ki-suk-jo, the president of KAPD, just allowed us 15 extra minutes for this actually active discussion. So we, after this session, I think there is a coffee break. So we will use about 15 minutes more of the coffee break. Yeah, the president allowed that time. So thank you so much. And I will read 2 excellent questions from the audience. The first one is, there has been a rise of sharp power and increased use of strategies by non-democratic countries to pierce or penetrate the political and information environments of targeted foreign audiences. Non-democratic countries can exploit the openness of democratic countries, free and uncensored media, and the anonymity offered by internet platforms. What is the cost-benefit analysis in social media diplomacy if it can be used by bad actors to erode the resilience of open societies? How can social media inoculate or vaccinate against the fake news or bad actors on social media? So this is from Paula Higgins. I'm wondering who she is because this is an excellent question. And I think both Dr. Jang-Yeol Kim and Dr. Sunny Kim could answer on this question. And the second question is from YouTube chat room. And this is for Dr. Jang-Yeol Kim. So do you think that using social media in public diplomacy is a two-edged knife? Especially when President Donald Trump is in fond of using Twitter in public diplomacy and seems to cause negative image to the US image. So that's the next question. So Dr. Jang-Yeol Kim?
Yes.
Yes, could you address the discussant comments and these questions as well?
Yeah, I think I have many questions that I need to answer. First of all, let me answer to Dr. Stry about social media. He said that he talked about the negative side of social media instead of positive side, and I totally agree with that point. I have the same concerns, but to me, it's like it's not a matter of option. It's not a matter of choice. It's a matter of time. So like COVID-19, and I mentioned about the Zoom diplomacy, nobody wanted it, but it happened. So Facebook users 2.7 billion, YouTube 2 billion. We cannot ignore them. We cannot isolate ourselves from those trends. So that's why I mentioned that when you use social media, you have to understand the different platform, because not all social media is the same. So there are people who like Facebook, but who never been to TikTok, maybe never downloaded the app. But there are young people who downloaded the app, TikTok and Instagram, but they never care about Facebook. So we have to know the platform, and also depending on issue, if the issue is a serious issue, maybe Twitter is a good idea, but sometimes we like to have the funny and interesting issue. In that case, TikTok can be another, Instagram can be another idea. So my suggestion for this case is the digital public diplomacy, we have to use social media carefully, deliberately, but we cannot get away. That's my idea. And for the Jinko's comment about overflow of the information in using social media, yeah, I agree with you about this as well, but my answer is, I can say it depends. Again, depending on the issue you want to address, depending on the target audience you want to reach, you should have different stance and different strategy. And one thing we have to be careful about making mistake is social media is not a just strategic tool to sell our product or to persuade our target audience. It's more about building relationship, keeping good relationship with target audience. So when you have Facebook pages or Twitter pages, you open yourself to your target audience, showing yourself that we are open, so please come and enjoy. And if we have any problem, just let us know. We're going to change. That's the idea of social media. It's not like, hey, we have some weapon that we want to kill you, so this is the weapon that I don't want you to see, but be careful, that's not social media. Of course, there should be a side effect that people may abuse those things. Like one of the questions from YouTube that social media is kind of two edges of the knife. Yeah, to me, President Trump, he ever used social media, not the sense that he used the social media well. That's the side effect of social media. Again, it doesn't mean that we should not use social media. That's the idea of social media, that's ahead of us. And I'm pretty sure we have TikTok, the most recent platform, but we will have another one, another Facebook, another Instagram. We cannot ignore those things, especially we are dealing with X generation, Z generation, and young generation. They will be the main protagonist of the public diplomacy area. we have to deal with those people, those generation as well. Okay. For non-democratic countries, yeah, again, I think social media is kind of the open plaza that everyone can use based on their intention, but there should be goodwill and mutual respect so that we all agree with and be happy with. Otherwise, it can be a bad place for everyone, and we have to be careful about not making this place as a worst world. Yeah, that's my answers.
Okay, so let's hear from Dr. Sunny Kim.
Actually, I'm Suwon Kim.
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry,
fine.
Suwon
Fine.
Kim.
It's fine. Okay, I think I can combine those questions that directed to me. I can combine them, I can divide it into two. One, my thought on public diplomacy as practitioner and thinkers, and the other questions, especially from the audience, my thought on public diplomacy as audience. So let me just start talking about the public diplomacy and as from a perspective of practitioner first. Well, again, I think the answer lies to the audience, understanding your audience, to come up with effective public diplomacy. So as much as your resources are allowed, you need to target your audience. You need to you need to target your audience as small as possible. So for instance, let me just give an example of the audience that I came across in South Africa. If to find categorization of your target audience is different, I think at least you need to divide your target audience into two. First, decision maker group and the public in general. Now we're living in an era of information. Those who are interested in your country and who are willing and who are more likely to be a second stakeholder of your public diplomacy are a proactive information seeker. With the case of Korea, some of those proactive information seekers even understand the process of Korean War and even sympathize Korean people being separated by the superpower. Those target group are very different from the public in general, who just call Asian movie kung fu movie. If you just deliver a broad general public diplomacy targeted to just one country in general, those at the top might feel distasteful. And at the same time, I think we need to look at a local audience as well. The public diplomacy, local audience, always very important, so I don't want to repeat. Well, and I agree with Professor Price said about small states. The money spent on small states is well spent money, is more make bigger impact. Even in the context of Korea's public diplomacy, this simple strategy is not really working well. Most of our public diplomacy funding is going to either Europe and North America. So for the practitioners, I think that for the effective use of resources, we need to focus more on small states. And as an audience, about fake news, I don't think it's just about non-democratic countries. The leader of democratic country, such as the US, first produced fake news. And it's not just fake news, now it's fake images. Well, it sounds a bit too obvious, so the best weapon that we can fight against these fake news distributed on social media is digital literacy, increased digital literacy. Well, in my class, I talk to my students to be critical and to, well, raise your digital literacy and not to be a sucker of fake news or images. I say first check the sources of the article or the image and check the channel, and more importantly, check who's funding this article. So, well, again, and it's dangerous because in the field of development cooperation, when it comes to ICT, we mainly talk about providing access. I think this could be a bit of worrisome trend because without proper digital literacy level in place, as in a question, social media could play a negative role, as we could see in a ethnic hatred, provoked it, and multiplied in a digital platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So isn't there any other questions or comments from the floor or audience? Actually, I have a quick question to Dr. Suwon Kim. Actually, so there are about 200 countries in the world, and Korea, for example, has strong ties with only selected countries like the US, Japan, China. And so I think it's less than 10 countries, and many are weak ties. So we don't have, historically, and in terms of business-wise, we don't have that much actually interactions or communication. So the kind of backgrounds make this kind of isolated digital public diplomacy as well. So could you tell us about your rationale why people out Korea, it would be great to have a great actually public diplomacy public diplomacy with all the countries, but realistically we have limited resources. So I think a choice and focus would be necessary and unavoidable. In that case, actually, I think you could tell us why actually this is still important to have a good relationship with the countries, especially from the global south.
Thank you for the difficult question. Well, yes, we have limited resources and we have to use it most effectively. And yes, we have more economic and political ties with the countries that we know by names. But the countries that we don't know, the least developed countries, most of those countries has this huge potential of growing youth population. Although they might not be the current important partners for the economy or politics of Korea, they have huge potential to be the buyer or consumers of tomorrow, but more importantly, not just from this commercial perspective. Now the world is, I don't even need to say it, now the world is so connected. We see it from COVID-19 and then human security and terrorism. No matter which country it is, their health and their awareness of Korea, the positive awareness of Korea, is linked to Korea and is linked to the health of the global welfare. So, well, it's again a bit too obvious, but I think that could be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your answer. Okay, I think that's all for today's second session. So thank you so much for the presenter. Thank you so much. Actually, the presentations were wonderful, and the discussions actually give us some time to think about the topics we actually didn't think that much in the past. So I think everybody would have something meaningful from this session. In the future, there might be other interesting sessions. So stay tuned with the website, the KAPD. So they are working really hard and provide a lot of different perspectives. So thank you so much for everyone. And by now, after the coffee break, the third session will wait for you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring discussion, Professor Lee. As you mentioned, we get another chance in the near future to discuss about this topic more. And I want to thank you all for your attention and participation. Please, those who are on YouTube and Zoom, I want you to join our third session again at 3 p.m. So see you soon in 15 minutes. Did you have a good break? We originally planned to finish the conference at 5 p.m., but I have to confess that our staff's a little bit exhausted. So I want to inform you that the last session will be proceeded for about 1.5 hours, and I ask for your understanding. Last but not least, we would like to begin our final session. So let us move our focus on new area of public diplomacy in a post-pandemic world. For your reference, leading scholars from Korea and Europe will join this session. And before we start, I would like to introduce our moderator, Young-gul Choi, who is professor of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. And please be informed, he recently founded a center on media diplomacy. Please welcome Professor Choi with a big applause.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to this wonderful seminar. The session title is New Area of Public Diplomacy in Post-Pandemic World. Let me first check the network. Can you clearly hear me now? Okay, great. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Young-gul Choi from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, Media and Communication Department. It's a great honor to be here. And now, before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce the presenters. We have two wonderful presenters and two discussants. Our first presenter is Professor James Payment from Lund University Department of Strategic Communication in Sweden. I'm very pleased to find that Professor Payment spent some time at the University of Texas at Austin, where I got my master and PhD degree. So I want to offer my special welcome, Professor James Payment. And our next presenter is a visiting professor, G.S. Sun from Ewha Women's University, International Studies. As we all know very well, she is a renowned journalist and scholar in the area of international relations. And now we have two great discussants, Professor Oliver Zeller from Stuttgart Media University, Germany, and research professor Yoon-hee Kim from Sookmyung University, Institute of Global Government. Please welcome our presenters and discussants. Okay, let's just start the session. In order to manage our time schedule, the session will be held for 90 minutes. Each presenter will have 25 minutes. Following the two presentations, Professor Zeller and Professor Kim will discuss about their presentations for 10 minutes. Each discussant can have 10 minutes, so after that, each presenter will be allowed to have 5 minutes to share their further thoughts based on their comments. Okay, without further ado, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Professor James Payment. Professor, the Zoom is now yours.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for the kind invitation. I'll now share my screen. Is this working okay? Let's see. Is this sharing okay?
Yes, it's fine.
Great, perfect, thank you. So what I would like to talk about today for my 25 minutes is public diplomacy in relation to foreign interference. And I think part of the question here is that in a lot of theories of public diplomacy, we tend to imagine in our minds that there are just two countries participating. There's the country that does public diplomacy, and then there's the host country that the public diplomacy is done in. So it's like a two-country model. how public diplomacy works. But of course, in reality, we know that there are many disruptive elements between you and the audience that you're trying to reach and those relationships that you're trying to shape. And for the last 5 years now, I've spent most of my time working on these questions of the impact of foreign interference and of how you build communications capabilities in order to ensure that your public diplomacy and your messages aren't disrupted by someone else's behavior, that the foreign interference isn't able to have the effects that those who are trying to disrupt your communications want to have. And I think we've seen particularly during this year with the coronavirus, just how disruptive and how dangerous some of some of the problems in the information environment can actually be. So it's really in that context that I'm speaking today. And I'm going to really talk about 3 areas in some detail. The first is how you build an awareness of a situation, how you understand how disruption takes place, and how you track it and how you monitor for disruption. The second area is how you then use that information for data-driven decision-making. And then the third section is about how you then develop a kind of diplomatic or public diplomacy approach to communication in this context. And I'll end by spending some time talking about the skills that are necessary for a public diplomat today. So essentially, I'll end with a job specification. So if that sounds okay to you and interesting enough for the next 20 minutes or so, I'll continue. So the work that I've been doing, here's some examples of some publications that have come out in the last few years. As you'll notice, most of these are not academic books, but they're actually directly supporting practitioners. And that's really been the focus of my work for the last, certainly since 2016. It's been developing really hands-on, very practical operational guides for foreign ministries, for the equivalent of presidents and prime ministers' offices, but also with centers of excellence who work in this area. And developing toolkits, processes, models, all of the basic kind of tools that practitioners would use while they're dealing with foreign interference. And here's some of the organizations that my various teams, either at Lund University or at Carnegie, have been working with, where we've done training or worked on projects together with them. So I promised that I would begin by talking about situational awareness. Now, this is the original model that we came up with when we started working with the Swedish government on protecting the 2018 election. So back in 2017, together with some colleagues, we came up with a model that tried to explain in one picture how foreign interference takes place. Now, I can appreciate that this is a very complicated picture. It looks quite nice, but it's quite difficult to understand. So in developing it into like some hands-on guidance, we eventually came up with this. And this is part of a handbook that we developed for public sector communications professionals in Sweden, where basically every communications professional working in local government, in cities, anywhere in the public sector, was given access to a handbook that guided them through how to understand foreign interference. And so the model, we managed to boil it down into a much simpler stage. I will go back to the more complicated picture just to talk you through that as well. But we developed this model to help practitioners make sense of the information environment. And so starting from left to right, if you imagine that something happens somewhere, there's an event It could be an announcement of a scientific breakthrough, perhaps the vaccine announcement. It could be a terrorist event somewhere, an explosion, but something is happening somewhere. And then you have experts and officials and sources, scientists, eyewitnesses. You'll have people who come out who are sources of what happened and who explain what happens to you. They say, yes, indeed, there has been an explosion. And maybe that would come from the police, or maybe the ambulance people would say 5 people were injured, or maybe a scientist would say, yes, we have, in fact, this discovery has been made and we can confirm that the information is valid. And then you have media and culture sources mediating that information. So they'll report on it, they'll collect together eyewitnesses, representatives, officials, build their own version of the story, and then communicate that through newspapers, television, the internet, etc. And this information then filters through your social context. So the public sphere, which could be you speaking to your friends. Did you hear that this has happened? Or it could be your friends on the internet where you're having a similar debate with people who you've never met in person. And eventually all of this filters through to you and you make up your own decision about what you think is happening. The problem is that there are vulnerabilities built into each of these stages. So the experts and the officials who explain a situation, well, they can be bought, they can be fabricated, they can be, if you manage to bring in an expert who isn't actually an expert, who explains the science behind something, that can lead to false stories getting into the press. So we had examples of a news site traveling to Sweden, going to an area where there had been bad press about the about violence in that area, and trying to pay young people to start trouble. So what you then have is sources, eyewitnesses, etc., who have actually been paid to create the story. And then you can have your own media and culture outlets. So you can develop your own news platforms that become sources of stories, but in fact, they're designed to support an organization's objectives. So they aren't following the same ethics of news as one might expect, which means that there's an overall vulnerability in how media collects stories, how it proves that something's happened, and how issues are represented. There can also be a vulnerability in public opinion formation. So, as I mentioned, the media sources can be unreliable, but then you can also start to have these discussions in the public sphere where you think you're talking to a community who has strong views, but actually the community is being manipulated. So we've all heard about bots and influence that's paid for. You can buy likes, you can buy boosts, you can buy followers, and you can essentially boost a discussion or one side of a discussion to make it seem like lots of people interpret something in a certain way. And this is something that's very much a vulnerability that the disruptive elements in the information environment have learned to make use of. And then lastly, in ourselves, we also have these cognitive vulnerabilities built in, things like wanting to believe things that confirm our own biases. These kind of typical vulnerabilities that we have, we think that because we know the people who say something, the information's more reliable, for example. So these 3 vulnerabilities, if I go back to the more complex image, what it gives you the ability to do is map out where the influence takes place. So for example, if we start now on the right-hand side, so the event that happened, or the evidence that's appearing, actually you can target this area by, for example, forging a document or leaking information or creating these research centers that are actually your own creations, that are publishing research, like the tobacco industry did in the 1950s and 60s, creating this research that isn't genuine research. So that's one area where you can affect this chain and start to affect the information that's reaching people. And that's fine, because if you have experts who can then say, no, that's not a genuine document, and you have media that can then say, here's the story. The story is that someone tried to forge this information, or the story is that this research agency isn't real. Then the system rebalances, it self-corrects, and we don't really have too much of a problem. The problem comes if you can, as someone who's disruptive, if you can start hitting 2 or more of these areas, it then becomes much harder for the system to find its equilibrium again. For example, if we do have a forgery of a document, but then we also own the media platform, which means that we can then bring in our own experts to comment on the forgery, well, suddenly we have 3 stages of this chain under our control. And it becomes much more difficult then for the public sphere and for you to make an informed decision about what's happening. So the purpose of this approach was really to find a way to try and map where the disruptive techniques can affect our decision-making and this overall chain of how information circulates, and to map it out so that you can actually, if you want to, you can do a process study of how some disinformation or a hybrid attack or some kind of interference was structured. And it can help you make sense and better understand where the remedies can then take place. What's the weakness in our system that we need to correct? So it could be, for example, making our experts more available to the press. It could be training journalists and warning them about some of the issues that are happening, for example. The second area I wanted to talk about is data-driven decision-making. In this piece of work, which is called the Resist Counter Disinformation Toolkit, a large portion of the toolkit focuses on how you make decisions in complex multi-stakeholder situations. So this toolkit was written shortly after the Salisbury poisoning, where a lot of the learning in the UK government had come from how you bring together different stakeholders to solve a very complex problem that affects multiple areas of vulnerability at the same time. So for example, there were national security aspects of this. There was a public health aspect of it, but there was also reputational staff safety issues, you know, an incredibly complex issue where the decision-making was happening with multiple stakeholders around the table. So it would be everyone from local government to public health to then your security policy people and the intelligence people and politicians who then have to go make statements. So how do you bring these people around the table and make informed communications decisions that reflect risk and the complexity of the situation? And that was really the challenge in creating this model. And so what we ended up developing, my team at Lund University, was a series of structured analysis stages where the information from media monitoring is basically put into some structured analysis tools. And you use this to then support decisions. So for example, working through which areas of your business areas a problem affects. Maybe it's a reputational issue, maybe it affects your vulnerable audiences, maybe it affects the climate of debate. Then working through the likelihood of this issue trending and becoming either something that is in a very limited corner of the internet where a few people are discussing this, but it's not really an important discussion, or where it's a headline story that affects your day-to-day work. And then working through these and some other kind of quite simple tables to eventually reach a decision of whether something is high priority. So basically it's headline news where we need to prepare for a crisis response. Medium, which is more about proactive communications, or low, which means more shaping the information environment over a longer period of time. Developing these kinds of decision-making models is really important to public diplomacy, because often communication decisions are not very transparent. The director of communications will say, we're going to do this because I'm very experienced and I know what we should do. So we needed ways to really unpack the decision-making process so that others who don't understand communications can participate in those same decisions. And the third area that I wanted to talk about is multi-stakeholder or kind of diplomatic approaches to communication. And this comes from some work that I've been doing in the last year on the European Democracy Action Plan, which has been more of a policy-oriented piece of work, less operational. And what we found in developing this approach is that actually there are different kinds of problems, and these different problems need to be unpacked at first at the policy level in order for us to then understand how to respond to them. So for example, currently in EU policy, the only issue in terms of foreign interference and in the information sphere is disinformation. It's called disinformation policy. But for me, disinformation is a very specific thing. It's false information where there's an intent to mislead. And there are other terms that are also useful. So for example, misinformation, which is unintentionally spreading false information. So I believe something and I spread it, but it turns out to be wrong. Oh, I made a mistake. Disinformation, I'm spreading it because I want to deceive people. But also these slightly more concerning terms, these slightly more concerning practices, influence operations. So coordinated activities where there's an intent to mislead, but actually through almost a campaign approach where there are several different activities happening at once in order to achieve an effect. And then foreign interference, where a state actor is behind those activities and is putting significant resources into undermining national security. And the reason these four terms are necessary is because the response, the communicative response, is actually quite different. You know, someone's spreading misinformation, so they believe something, but what they believe turns out to be wrong. That's really a question of public education. It's really a question of access to sources, of how a person builds their understanding of an issue. So the remedies, the countermeasures and the communications need to emphasize these democratic aspects. How do we better inform people so that they don't spread incorrect information? How do we help people find the correct information? Whereas people who spread disinformation, the remedy is partly correcting what's out there, but also engaging with the people who are spreading disinformation and trying to disincentivize that. So maybe people spread disinformation because there's money to be made from it. If you create a website, you put up some stories that have false information, but you know there's a market for that information, so lots of people will click. You make a fraction of a penny on every click, and maybe you can make a few $1,000s by spreading this disinformation. Well, if we can disincentivize those activities, either through education, by making it harder to build these websites that enable clicks, or by whatever measures, but still it's essentially a question of how we educate people and how we limit the spread of false information without necessarily banning it, because often it's not illegal to lie in many countries. You're allowed to do it. It's just unethical. But then influence operations, it's a different matter. Here we're talking about an actor who has tremendous capabilities and is coordinating probably with dozens, maybe hundreds of people at the same time to conduct a whole operation. And so here it's really about developing countermeasures that change the way the actor calculates their activities. So it's actually to disincentivize what they're doing. If they know they'll be punished, for example, fined or deplatformed for doing this kind of work, then that can be a way of affecting that debate. And lastly, foreign interference, you have things like sanctions, you have travel bans, expulsions, these kinds of tools. So it really escalates in terms of the methods that you can use to countermeasure. And many of these come from the diplomatic toolkit. So lastly, I wanted to talk about the public diplomacy skills. Really, I think the modern public diplomat needs to understand how to assess the information environment, how to conduct situational awareness, and how to understand threat assessments and develop risk assessments. They need to understand what motivates these key audiences and what drives them. They need to understand the techniques of influence and their ethics, not just all of the typical techniques that we usually talk about, you know, putting out press releases, doing exchanges, international broadcasting, but also some of the darker techniques, the influence techniques that go against ethical norms, and understand how they work together, perhaps with legitimate techniques to create an impact. They need to understand how to use data, particularly data from media monitoring, understandings of how influencers shape the information environment, in order to support decisions and to explain the information environment to people who don't understand communications. And they need to be able to make risk assessments in order to make decision-making about communications transparent. They need to understand how influencers and multipliers shape an issue, and understand that some influence techniques work well individually, others need to be used in combination, and through them, you can correct an incorrect image, you can communicate an accurate image, you can counteract negative influence and shape the information space. There are many different goals that you can achieve if you understand how to combine these different communication techniques. There's also a need to communicate risk and ambiguity. Sometimes it isn't clear exactly what's happening. Sometimes the assessments will be in terms of probability and not 100% certainty. The multi-stakeholder side of it is becoming increasingly important, and also that ability to coordinate and take a balance between soft measures, so communications, incentives, but also hard measures, disincentives, sanctions, deplatforming, these harder steps, leading actually into a sense of deterrence. In some aspects of public diplomacy, a deterrence aspect, don't do this against us because there will be consequences, is also part of how you minimize disruptive activities. So in conclusion, our dear colleague, Nick Cull, has argued that there's a securitization of reputation and the national image going on in public diplomacy at the moment. I think it's much more than that. I think reputation is the tip of the iceberg. This is about how we understand the very basics of public diplomacy, not as something between two countries, the country that does public diplomacy and the country that receives it, but as a much more complex communication environment in which disruption is just part of the environment. Developing structured analysis tools, structured processes is essential to moving beyond public diplomacy as we know it. And communication is the core of public diplomacy, but there are lots of other aspects that I've been touching on now, including things like deterrence. And we shouldn't forget that underpinning this new public diplomacy is still the diplomatic approach, which means building partnerships, finding overlaps between interests and solving complex multi-stakeholder problems together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Pement. That was a really interesting and informative presentation. Especially, I cannot more than agree with the idea that structured analysis is much needed nowadays. Thank you again. Okay, then let's have our second presenter, Professor Jie-sun, please.
Thank you. My presentation is going to be a lot more, I think we are in a stage where the sun is coming down better in a moment. This is what happens when you're doing virtual. You have to depend on elements like nature and the sun bending. Anyway, my talk is quite different. I approach it from a different perspective. My presentation comes out of a question and curiosity that I had when talking about new issues that might come forth in the area of public diplomacy in the post-pandemic world. We have talked, and many of our previous presenters have talked about media, social media, things that have happened. I would actually like to put the media and the positioning and the importance of media in the context of democracy, because one of the things that we have observed during the pandemic is an acceleration of a trend that we actually have seen before media in terms of the difficulties and the challenges to democracy around the world, and the forces that have come into play during the pandemic have influenced and maybe have accelerated some aspects of that trend. And so as we come out of it, talking about the role of the media, which is actually, when you think about democracy, the freedom of speech is a central pillar of democracy. Trying to understand how that has impacted media, and how the whole threat to democracy has impacted how the media will look like in the future, is something that is interesting to observe. Since we're still within the grips of the pandemic, it is something like trying to read the tea leaves. But I think it is an important exercise that we try to do at this moment, so that we are able to think about the positioning of the media in the framework of democracy in the world that we are seeking to build or rebuild after the pandemic. So it's more of a talk aimed at starting a dialogue, so if we can think of it that way. As I talked about before, even before the pandemic, there has been concern about the democracy in crisis, the decline of democracy. Is democracy dead? Those are the titles of many well-known and best-selling books prior to COVID-19. And this trend in the global arena rose with the decline of multilateralism. When the United States, with Trump, America First, when they pulled back from the multilateral institutions, there was a lot of concern about whether the decline of multilateralism would mean that there would be a rise of nationalism, where every country would be fending for itself, and that the global concerns that need global cooperation, like climate change, like hunger, those kind of issues would not be dealt with. and would suffer a decline in development. So there was a concern even before COVID-19 about where the global society was heading. And then, of course, from the beginning of this year, COVID-19 hit, and it hit, this is one of the rare instances where almost every country in the world has gone through and experienced almost the same difficulties. So the experience of one country is not that different from, or the difficulties of one country is not that different from the difficulties of another. And just to talk about, what one country has gone through, in terms of the leadership and the governing of a country during COVID-19, a former Prime Minister of Norway, Prime Minister Bondevik, we were talking about his difficulties and his experiences in terms of what Norway went through, and it's fairly similar for every country. It was really they were trying to juggle a number of balls. One, to preparing healthcare, empowering healthcare to meet the challenges of this COVID-19, while at the same time dealing with the difficult business difficulties. Businesses were shutting down, restaurants were going out of business, travel agencies were exploding. So the difficulties, the jobs that were being lost, and to help the people to survive the crisis was a commonplace challenge for most governments around the world. And so the governments in this kind of situation felt the need to balance this danger by putting forth control, need for effective control of the situation, of information, of the systems and the institutions that were in their country, at the same time allowing for a certain amount of democratic freedoms. Now, I just saw a new study by the Freedom House report that during this kind of crisis situation, what has happened is that many governments, and you think of it as sort of a natural development, many governments felt the desire, well, I shouldn't say desire, fell under the temptation of exercising more control, stricter control on their countries in order to go through and survive this COVID-19 crisis. And the Freedom House report that has just come out, titled Democracy Under Lockdown, and I urge you to read it, it's a fascinating report, has shown that global democracy has grown weaker during the pandemic. If you look at the, sorry, this is me. If you look at, my fault, if you look at the, what is happening during the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, this slide shows that is part of the Freedom House report that is showing that around the world, it's about 190 some countries that they've surveyed. 80 countries have actually seen their democratic institutions grow weaker. 111 countries have really pretty much sustained their democratic institutions, and only one country has seen their democratic institution become stronger. So you see that, the weaker in the red, about the same in the white, and you really don't see I don't see any, well, it's very, very small, blue spot on this global map, which shows that this is what has many governments have faced as they were trying to survive and come out of this COVID-19 situation intact. Now, when you think about democratic institutions, and the Freedom House report looked at the 5 pillars of democracy. The first one was transparency in terms of the democratic institutions, information transparency, and they found that 62% of surveyed respondents said that their the information really declined. There was the increase of distrust of pandemic-related information supplied by their governments. The second pillar, which actually we're going to focus on more, is that the freedom of free media and expression. 91 countries said that they faced more or increased restrictions on the news media as a result of the outbreak. And of course, the credible elections, the free and fair election process that is also central to democracies has suffered the increase of police violence, new restrictions on ethical minorities, which is a factor in terms of the inclusiveness of democracy. So while all of these pillars have seen weakening during the pandemic, the ones that we would like to really focus on in terms of the relevance to public diplomacy is what has happened in terms of media. The former Prime Minister of Norway, Bondevik, talked about the fact that because many governments felt the temptation to control, not only the temptation, but the need to control media and information as the country tried to survive and help its people, they did apply more stricter controls on media, that there was a need, and people felt that that the media needed to cooperate with the government in a greater fashion than before. So there have been many ways that governments have tried to conduct this. The more optimal methods have been, you've seen even in Korea, increasingly they have done direct information to the people. This is what you see in terms of, if you look at Korea, every day since the COVID-19 epidemic, I think since February, there have been daily briefings that have been aired live. There are no media in terms of interpretations for that briefing. So it is the information direct from the health authorities to the people. So there is a direct link, and therefore that allows for a certain amount of information that goes directly from the authorities to the people. So that's one way in terms of trying to improve the information that is relayed on to the people. But of course, that's not the only kind of information. There's a lot of other news stories that go surrounding the pandemic. And so this kind of information, news source, is one of the ways that the government has felt, they needed to address. In the process of this, and the Prime Minister Bondevik says that while in democratic institutions and democratic leaders have been trying to be very fair and open about it, the more weaker democracies or the more authoritarian governments have actually used this period to crack down and to really suppress media in ways that have gone beyond the need for accurate information. And so actually, I like to use this example as much as possible because Maria is a really good friend of mine. Maria Ressa we work together at CNN, but her example is one in which Rappler is an online news media that she set up with her friends in the Philippines in the early part of the 200. I think it was 2012, something along those ways. But it's a really popular news media that has been very innovative in terms of how it relays information to the people, and it actually has been very popular among the younger generation. And so it has, Maria is a CNN person, so she's obviously a little bit more critical of governments than other media heads in the Philippines. But she has been sort of made the target of the Duterte government in the Philippines. She faces a libel suit. She was found guilty, and there is a very good chance that she will do prison time in the Philippines. But the other aspect of this is that is very important to note is that even during the pandemic, you see her being one of the number of persons of the year that made the cover. Other media organizations took it upon themselves to really tell her story. And so she has been able to, that her story has not been left in the dark. But she is a minority. Many other media journalists who have tried to voice concern or opposition to authoritarian governments in this COVID crisis have been silenced in ways that we have no idea. And so, the Washington Post, which has the slogan "Democracy dies in darkness," we have been relatively dark to the media and the freedom violations that have been going on around the world, because every country in the world has faced their own COVID crisis, and so it has just not been. It has been very difficult for us to really focus on the more aspects of democracy, of press freedom, that would have maybe otherwise gotten greater attention. So this is one of the things that I like to say. Maria's doing very well, if anyone's interested. So the Freedom House report also agrees that media restriction has been one of the key government abuses during the pandemic. And the relationship between the government and the free press really has been put under a test. And we're still in that process of that relationship between the government and free press. We have seen, as I said, many authoritarian governments, weak democracies place stricter controls on the media, have, sometimes call it censorship, but let's say it's control, a stricter control over the media. And so, the government and the more democratic institutions have really gone on to utilize different methods, such as direct channels of communications, press briefings, which is, as you see, not only in Korea, but when you see, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Canada, whenever the important COVID-related developments happen, it is usually the leadership that come out directly to the people, and they actually utilize the media to present their case, to really be, to put forth the information and to be honest with it, to be open with it, which is sort of not what you saw in the United States, but we'll get to that a little later. So that has been one of the ways that the more open and democratic societies have tried to deal with the challenges of working with the media during this very difficult time. Now, the Freedom House also talks about the fact that, okay, we're still not completely in a post-pandemic world, but so far on the lessons and what developments that we have seen so far, what are the recommendations and what can we possibly learn from this kind of development? And the recommendation that they have put forth is that that you have to, in order to be able to preserve democracy, ensure that a free and independent media can thrive and people can have access to fact-based information. The Prime Minister Bondovo also talked about the fact that, you may think that in the short term, stricter controls on the media may help you in terms of keeping your people safe or getting them through difficulties of a pandemic. But you have to make sure that it is a short-term solution, that you are looking at a more long-term effect of this kind of movement on your democracy. And these kind of media issues, the loss of trust, which have been prevalent even before the pandemic. I mean, a lot of other presenters have talked about it, so I won't really dwell on this. But the fake news, which is news that makes it look like real news, but is totally a lie. The misinformation, and then we have these things called post-truths or alternative facts. I want to remind you that alternative facts was first brought up in 2017 in the United States, the pillar of democracy, where the Kellaway Conway, who was the advisor to then just newly inaugurated President Trump, was talking about the White House press secretary. And if you remember, it was him talking about that the people that attended the inauguration, Trump's inauguration, was bigger than that of Obama, which was not true. And when she was pressed about it, she asked that those were not lies, but alternative facts. But so it became sort of what for a while in my house was considered, not a lie, but an alternative fact. Anyway, so, and there are many studies being done, and probably will need to be done a lot more after the pandemic in terms of really what kind of effect the media had during the pandemic. If you see this one, this is the Washington Post graph of how Fox News, which is a very pro-Trump news organization, in terms of how they treated and how seriously they took the pandemic. And it's sort of, even if you look at the March 15th, which was obviously at a time in the United States when the pandemic when the cases were rising and it was heading into this awful peak during the summer. Even at that time, the main Fox News organizations, Tucker Carlson and Hannity, didn't really take the Fox News seriously, which is really in parallel with how Trump dealt with the pandemic. And so it showed that a press that really did not take its cues from facts, but from the political leaders, would have had this kind of effect on how a country felt about the pandemic. And if they had taken a different tone, would the United States been in a different kind of situation than they are in now? So all of these kind of questions need to be asked. A lot of studies need to be done on the role of the media and as a part of the pandemic, but also the role of the media in terms of its role in democracy. Democracy is, the free press is considered a pillar of democracy, but in terms of free press that disseminates divisive narratives, is that also a pillar? But how does this all run into what kind of world that we want to build post-pandemic? We have to think about the fact that in democratic institutions, there is really no fallback to a free press. And that, the media, in terms of media controls, it is not a long-term solution. And that the responsibility of the media in terms of what effect it will actually have on democratic institutions, as well as the health of the country as a whole, is increasingly important. And so all these kind of studies, I think, will need to be done aggressively with the pandemic, as the pandemic era closes, hopefully, praying, and so that we are able to deal with the post-pandemic world in a better way. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for keeping the time too. Listening to Professor Pament and Professor Sun, I think regardless of pandemic, the weakening democracy challenged by the vulnerability in communications and the decrease in the news trust and the suppression of media freedoms has been new normal in this society. So, but however, both presenters also provided the alternative ways to count these troubles, problems too. So now let's dive into the discussions about two presentations. Professor Oliver Zeller, please join us with your thoughts. Please.
Yes, hello. Good morning, and thank you very much. Good morning from Stuttgart here in Germany. And thank you, Professor Pament and Professor Son, for your presentations. Well, I only have 10 minutes, so let me try to summarize my thoughts. We had one plea for democracy and one plea for an enlarged concept of education, I would say. Sorry, my throat. So here I am again, and one plea for a broader concept of education, or even what we might call Bildung, that was given by Mr. Pament. So it's a very broad topic. I think it addresses the future of being able to pursue public diplomacy and how it will be possible. The dilemma, Mr. Pament, you mentioned very clearly, it's, well, the way that people use the media these days, social media platforms, online platforms, they are with us and they won't go away. And yet that is also fast becoming one of the major areas for the practice of public diplomacy. That is how we reach people, that is how we reach out to people, and that is where we place messages. Now, if you're on social media as a public diplomacy institution, you're in competition with everybody else, so with friends and relatives and regular folks tweeting and posting, etc. And of course, with other countries and media organizations that are also trying to reach people, and not always in a truthful manner, and that is the problem that you addressed. Now, how to tackle with these forms of misinformation, disinformation, fake news, alternative facts, and what you call it. I think that is at the heart of the debate. We still have to use that media sphere, and you have addressed, the structural transformation of the public sphere that is going on. It's, I think, a reset of our thinking about how we as people live together and think together, and how we perceive media messages and how we deal with them. Now, that brings me to my thoughts on public diplomacy. You mentioned also measures of deterrence to be taken by public diplomacy actors. For example, the European Union that you mentioned is obviously doing this. Well, would that mean, I would like to ask you later on, that even liberal democracies would now engage in a kind of Cold War setting again? So is that a call for a new kind of Cold War between various groups of countries or ideologies, ? And where would that leave Western values? I mean, that are based on truthfulness and not using, well, hopefully not using forces of deterrence, etc. So that is the larger question of where do Western countries, for example, set good examples in terms of free speech? And that brings me to my question of, well, how can we in this climate carry on doing public diplomacy in a truthful, democratic, liberal, value-based manner that is based on truth and trust? I know the stakes are pretty high, but this is what I'm asking myself. How will we as countries be able to look each other in the eye again after COVID-19? And not only as individuals, but really as countries as well. And what values are we trying, or will we have to start to promote or to promote again? And I think that is the larger issues. Also thinking about Mrs. Son's presentation and also to Mr. Pament's presentation, I think we need to design new narratives of what it means to be a good and respectable country, and a country that stands for certain values that are good for humanity. I mean, because as we all know, propaganda and fake news, etc., is bad and is taken away from people's flourishing lives. So how can countries really contribute to the idea of providing the measurements for a good or flourishing lives? I mean, that is an ethical question. And I think we need more ethics in public diplomacy, yes. And also, as Mr. Pament, you rightly pointed out, we need more education, but probably not only on the side of journalists, which is also, yes, right, and diplomats, absolutely right. But, and that is the larger issue, also on the sides of general populations. We need media training, we need media education, and that I feel should start right at the age of kindergarten or preschool. And that is, you know, a very broad issue that cannot be solved by public diplomacy alone. So these are a few thoughts that your presentations, which I found very interesting, sparked, and that we need to address. And I think this is a very good arena to start talking about these issues. We need to reset our thinking about our media systems and how we use the media. And I think that is the core argument of both your presentations. So I think I have, well, more about used my time, and well, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to discussing this with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zeller. The Professor Zeller actually provided by actually very difficult questions actually to answer. You know, these are the fundamental questions actually we need to answer to tackle down the troubles actually weakening democracy. So I think I expect very thoughtful ideas about these questions from both presenters. Okay, then let's have the discussions from our second presenters. And after that, we're going to talk about the presenter's thought about the discussions, the comments. Okay, Professor Kim, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation previously. I learned a lot through the presentation from Professor Pamet and Professor Son. And to be honest with you, like Professor Pamet, I attended your presentation when I was my first year PhD at Durham University in England. It was really like nice to meet you further, like although this is a visual conference. I would like to say that actually I'm not there like a research into the field of media and media strategy communication or related fields, but more close to government international relations. From the perspective of government and international, this field, media is very important. Through the presentation, through Professor Pamet and Professor Son, we can say that media and politics are really hard to split or detach from one another. So this is because, like Professor Son mentioned that, like fake news and misinformation and like post-truth and alternative or related news are like kind of contentious nowadays. But I think this is also the type of 21st century kind of propaganda, a new way of persuasion and propaganda, which like during the Cold War era, a lot of, especially like the US and the USSR, they use their way of communication to persuade to other side of people. So through like media is very crucial, but like Professor Song mentioned that the media that disseminates these divisive narrative help or like trust democracy. This is very crucial to think or discuss on or research into, because we need to think that all democracy-based countries give the freedom, media freedom to their people, and their people could get a truth and the like actual fact news like evenly nowadays. That is also the question, because a majority of people nowadays, they do not trust their government news or the news media, their article contents. It's really hard to believe, because there's like kind of like always try to like intrude or mediated news, and their reaction always involved. So I think this is also a new type of the government try to rule their country by using the media. So I want to ask, try to ask a question to Professor Pemit. Actually, you introduced a lot of the European perspective, like I would like to call it as Western perspective media, like kind of strategic communication with their people. But you set up the kind of decision-making like frame on how to make a good decision, like first off, starting from the news, like kind of exposing news and collecting data, and how their people could make their decision based on the like fact. But this kind of decision could be different, or could be comprehended differently based on each country's political system, because some countries already well-developed democracy, but the other countries like still ongoing and need a lot of kind of their homework to be on their certain stage. So what is this kind of good kind of structure to have the good making, the decision making based on like a kind of good media to other side of the world, which is not the European country? And I want to ask Professor Song as well, like how can we kind of recognize and how can we get the truth of news from the news contents all over the world around us? How can we recognize it, and how can the government should establish some kind of criteria standard to avoid and get rid of the kind of intervene like kind of sort of misinformation to their people? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your discussion. I think Professor Kim also agree with the ideas that provided by the presentation, that the media environment nowadays are also in danger, to meet the goals of the liberal democracy. So I guess we should talk here from our presenters about the questions. So Professor Pemit, will you go first?
Professors Zon and Kim, these were really interesting, stimulating questions. So in terms of deterrence and kind of democratic ways of deterring, there are some really interesting soft measures that can be taken, particularly in conjunction with the big digital platforms. So one of them, for example, is like platforms promote content, and that's part of their function. They take content that they think people will find interesting and they lift it up into your feed. So one option for them is actually to demote content that contains falsehoods. If something is identified as being disinformation or misinformation, no one has the right to have everything they say promoted. So the platforms could develop algorithms that demote certain kinds of content and don't bring them to your attention within your feed. Another thing they can do is adapt the way their services work and the terms of service depending on the size of the audience. Some people use, let's say Facebook, for example, to stay in touch with friends and just share interesting stories. Other people use it essentially as publishers and broadcasters. They may have hundreds of thousands of followers. And there should, in my mind, be different terms of services that gives different responsibilities to you depending on how you use the platform. Another issue is the media manipulation industry. Now, I'm sure that the YouTube video of this conference has many, many followers, but if you wanted a boost, I think within about 15 minutes, I could get you thousands of likes, comments, views for a couple of $100 that would completely change the appearance of how many people have viewed this conference. And you know, this doesn't have to be legal. Like this industry, you know, we can do things to make it harder for this industry to manipulate the media environment and make it seem as though, make it easy to change the appearance of things within social media. And I think the important thing here is to bear in mind that if we can stay within fundamental freedoms, but find ways of altering how these processes work, then we're not restricting anything. We're not taking away any freedoms. We're not censoring. We're just changing how things are promoted and the access to audiences that certain types of information have, rather than banning them or censoring them. And that, I think, is a democratic way of at least in the next few years developing a response. I don't think I have enough time to go through all of the questions, so I'll also address Professor Kim's question about developing countries. And I think it's a very, you know, I completely agree. The model I showed you was designed for Sweden and for other Western liberal democracies. It doesn't really apply very well to developing countries. I think the question is, how do you take the basics, kind of the fundamentals of some of these models and tailor them to each context? Because every country is different. Every political system is a little bit different. Some of the laws around what you can and can't say are different, but also government capabilities are different. The exposure of digital media is different. The way people use digital media is different. Even the internet is different in some developing countries, where it comes through phones with Facebook, and that's your internet, you know. So I think there are some building blocks within some of the examples I've given you that can be tailored to developing countries. The problem is, you know, energy and resources. Somebody needs to do this work. People need to be trained. Again, it comes down to education, but also at the level of governments and academics and experts. But I think the building blocks are there. We need to keep working on developing and tailoring them to suit the different markets. But it's a huge job, and I agree with you that much more attention needs to be given to some of these developing countries, because the problems there are much more, are incredibly significant, but don't get anything like the same amount of attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Payment. He suggested several actually ways to tackle the problems we have. He mentioned about some technical solutions using new media platforms and then alternative algorithms, something like that. And then he also mentioned about the, actually he emphasized, even though we are facing some challenges of liberal democracy, he actually seems like emphasize we need more democratic ways to solve the problems. And he also mentioned he agreed with the Professor Kim's idea that developing countries have asymmetrical powers in solving these problems. So actually, each country needs to tailor some models into their context. So those are very thoughtful answer to the questions. Okay, Professor, please share your ideas about their comments.
Thank you. Thank you for the very interesting comments. And actually, I really loved Professor Pumnen's presentation as well. I learned a lot. I especially liked your comment about how you could really change the algorithms and you know, and have people. It seemingly like that that we'd have hundreds of more viewers than we did, and I have to admit the temptation was there, and so so there is that aspect of it. But I also think that, you know, there's a Chinese proverb that, or I don't know if it's Chinese, it may be Korean. It's 권선징악, which means that you know, the good are awarded and the bad are punished. So in some ways, I think so I'm optimistic about democracy because of what is happening in terms of the overall. The studies and more and more, and we're still not at the end, so we'll have to see at the very end how it goes. But more and more it seems that the more democratic governments actually are faring better in the COVID, in the fight against COVID, in keeping their people safe, in getting their economy back on track faster. So at the end of the day, the openness and the truthfulness that governments and institutions have dealt with their people, and how the media has worked towards that end, and it has worked hand in hand with the media towards that end. It seems to be working better than most authoritarian governments that have tried to control the media and try to do it in that way. So at the end of the day, that may be one of the ways that that shows that, you know, a free press, a trusted press in a democratic institution is a good way to go, and maybe a good sign for even other developing countries as well. The other sign is obviously Trump lost. So that, you know, the fact that even though the media in the United States, in terms of, you know, the misinformation that started right at the top, really, and all the media, you know, workings that he had tried to do in terms of sidelining a great size of the media as fake news, and only dealing with the media that he likes, or, you know, creating ones, sidelining them as soon as they said anything that he didn't like. All that kind of activity, I mean, again, we don't know the very end, but it seems to be that it has really not led to him being reelected. So that, you know, it also shows that, you know, that there is a certain prevalence of people knowing, basically, or not all, but a majority of the people knowing, you know, what to trust and who to trust. And hopefully that sends a good message to the media as well, so that there is a correlation between truth and trust and responsibility, so that people understand after the pandemic that, you know, fake or misinformation has consequences. And so we have to come up with either, whether it's algorithms or with education, a way to better deal with media and the information that we are being exposed to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I have a question. Actually, this is not my question, because I think this is the Professor Jeller's question. Actually, I don't think both of the presenters didn't answer to the Jeller's question. I think Professor Jello believes that this society in general is not progressing anymore because I think he believes that the society, which is based on the fundamental values, including the trust and the cooperation, something like that, which are also fundamental beliefs of liberal democracy. These are not actually working nowadays. And then we have this kind of the vulnerabilities in communication and media systems, which are also structured based on the belief systems of trust and cooperation. So I think the Professor Jello asked you guys that are there any alternative values? Can we actually construct new belief systems which actually helps to develop alternative political systems? Something like that. So, Professor Jello, is that your question? If I'm wrong, just correct me.
No. You're furthering up on my question. Yeah, well, that's the most fundamental question, I think, to be asked, and it's very difficult to answer. I think the values are there already in principle. I mean, it's trust, truth, democracy, liberal democracy, and so on and so on, the rule of law, and yes, let right be done. But how to, well, reenact this idea and how to bring it back into public discourses. I mean, within liberal democracies, it is already difficult enough given the barrage of fake news. But what about all the other 2/3 of this planet where democracy is not the major form of rule? So this is problematic. And also to Mr. Pament, I mean, I like the idea of demoting certain undesired content, by way of twitching the algorithm. But then how realistic is that? Is that possible? Because all these algorithms that we're talking about, belong to companies like Facebook and the Google Alphabet company and so on. These are black boxes. We don't have really access to them. We barely understand them and how they work, how they function. But can we really tweak them? Can we really change them? I don't see it. Realistically speaking, I don't see it. So this is a huge problem for the future of global dialogue, etc., and also within nations.
Okay, Professor Pament?
I think of GDPR. Is everyone familiar with GDPR, the information privacy laws that the EU created a few years ago? And it's very complicated. I don't think anyone understands it, but it's become sort of a global standard because any US company where any of the data may end up passing through the EU has to comply with GDPR. And it makes me think that there is still, even in 2021, the opportunity for an institution with some influence like the EU to create a standard for its member states that could end up becoming a standard for democracies everywhere. Basically, something like a GDPR, but for handling disinformation or for handling foreign interference. And if that were the case, I think it would be more likely that the big digital platforms would put more resources into complying, because what they don't want, what they're really afraid of, is having to deal with 200 different markets and comply with different laws in each of those different markets and tailor their services to any greater degree. If there's one standard that the majority of democratic countries uses, they're more likely to commit to that, which then means that those principles would be more attractive to developing countries who are also updating their laws. What I mean to say by this is that if I can be optimistic, there is a pathway to creating a set of rules, a set of norms that could apply, that could solve some of these problems. It is very optimistic, but it's there. It has been done in other areas. It could happen.
Let us all be optimistic. Yes, I agree with you.
Okay. I think we don't have any other choice, do we? I think we need to be, staying optimistic in trying to find some alternative ways to solve this kind of mistrusted sphere of information. Okay, I think our time is up. Before we finish this session, let's check with the audience. Do you have any other question from the floor? The audience is out there. Please, share your questions with us. Okay, I think this is kind of far from the optimistic about the possibilities that we have, the question from the audience. Okay, I think it is time to wrap up the session. Thank you for your participation, and actually I learned very much from you guys today. So thank you, and have a good morning and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Che. What a thought-provoking session. I thought how great it would be if we could invite all moderators, presenters, discussants here to Korea and have a second round of in-depth discussion. So I pray for this opportunity next time. And that concludes our conference for today. I'm glad we have a very productive and interesting discussions today. And I hope our participants had a chance to learn more about the current trend of public diplomacy. Finally, on behalf of the Korean Association for Public Diplomacy, I would like to thank all presenters and all discussants for taking precious time out of your busy schedules. Once again, thank you for all participation today. Please stay safe. I ask for your continued support and interest in our association. 감사합니다.